Chapter 2003. Sensing carefully, God Cloud realized that Lu Yi of the Three-World Island had just ascended to Rizhao, and his aura was not stable yet. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, Rizhao was high and mighty, but in front of God Cloud, who was at the peak of Rizhao, a newly ascended Rizhao was nothing. The Wanxiang Sea was a land of treasures. No matter who occupied it, it would be of great help to their own development. It was not that no one had thought about it before. It was just that there was no suitable opportunity. However, with the invasion of the Formless Palace and the chaos in the Wanxiang Sea, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. God Cloud looked at Lu Yi, who was quickly approaching him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Did he really think that those Rizhao who were fooling around outside did not come in because they were afraid of the treasures of the Three-World Island? If that was really the case, then the Three-World Island was too naive. As far as he knew, he was not the only Rizhao who came to the Wanxiang Sea with treasures. There were at least 4 of them. He also knew that some Rizhao had secretly reached an agreement to divide the Wanxiang Sea. When the balance that had been maintained for tens of thousands of years, or even longer, was broken, naturally many people would have their own ideas. However, because no one wanted to be the first to stand out, everyone stayed outside. Only he, Xinyan, was not afraid at all, or rather, he had enough confidence. He did not have any objections to dividing the 10,000-elephant sea, but since he was the one who stood out, he wanted the biggest piece of land and the most benefits. He knew that at this moment, all the Rizhao who came from outside were paying attention to what was happening here. If that was the case, God Cloud's eyes flashed fiercely, and a murderous look appeared on his face. Most of the treasures were precious and rare. Only a few were owned by a single cultivator. A golden light treasure, like the one on the Three-World Island, that could seal a Rizhao's cultivation, had never appeared before. Even if its quality was not as good as the Heavenly Luo umbrella, it was still a treasure. Who would not covet it? In fact, from the perspective of the Rizhao, the value of the treasure was even higher than the Wanxiang Sea. God Cloud had the Heavenly Luo umbrella, but he did not mind having another treasure. With 2 great treasures, one for offense and one for defense, who in the universe could defeat him? He believed that he was not the only one who wanted to take the treasures of the Three-World Island. He had to end this quickly. His figure blurred, and he went straight towards Lu Yi, calling out, "Are you fellow Taoist Lu Yi of the Three-Realm Island?" Hearing his shout, Lu Yi did not respond. He only frowned and looked at God Cloud, who was quickly approaching him. After getting some information from Tao Wu, he thought that God Cloud was here to test his abilities and see if the Three-World Island was qualified to control the Wanxiang Sea. If that was the case, he only needed to defeat Xinyan. Regardless of whether he and Gu Shi were sworn brothers or not, God Cloud came from a top domain like the winged sky star. If it was not necessary, Lu Yi did not want to become enemies with him. Hence, his original plan was to come over and greet God Cloud. After that, they would have a match and let the Rizhao people who were watching from the outside witness the power of the treasure money's golden light. But now, God Cloud shouted from afar. He seemed to be very enthusiastic, but Lu Yi was sharp enough to detect a trace of killing intent. "This old bastard wants to kill me." After realizing this, Lu Yi's expression suddenly turned cold, and boundless killing intent grew in his heart. "If you want to kill me, then I'll kill you first." "That's right," Lu Yi shouted. He did not slow down. The 2 figures tacitly approached each other, their powers surging. In the next moment, God Cloud shouted, "Junior, you're too arrogant. How dare you kill my sworn brother, Gu Shi? Today, I'll take your life and let you know that there's always someone better than you." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and a small pitch-black umbrella appeared. The small umbrella spun above his head and disappeared in a flash, leaving behind layers of light to protect his body. Before he came, he had clearly investigated the golden light treasure. He knew that once the golden light was activated, it would be hard to defend against it. Hence, he did not hesitate to use his Tian Luo umbrella to protect his body and ensure that he was in an invincible position. The only thing that could fight against a treasure was a treasure. Although he was at the peak of the Rizhao realm, he would not joke around with his life, especially after revealing his evil intentions. Almost at the same time he used his Tian Luo umbrella, he saw a golden light appear beside Lu Yi. Looking over, he immediately saw that the source of the golden light came from a strange, toad-like beast on Lu Ye's shoulder. He understood in his heart that it was indeed as the information he had obtained indicated. The true form of the golden light attribute treasure was a living creature. Although it was a little strange, all treasures existed in different forms, so there was nothing strange about living creatures. The golden light bloomed and turned into a ray of light that shot towards God Cloud. God Cloud was already prepared. His body moved continuously in an attempt to dodge. However, no matter what he did, it was useless. The golden light still hit his body. Was it a characteristic that could not be avoided once it was locked on? God Cloud could not help but raise his eyebrows. He had never seen such a treasure before. However, if this treasure had such a characteristic, then its value would undoubtedly be even greater. When the golden light covered his body, God Cloud was still calm. He did not think that there was any treasure in this world that could break through the protection of his Tian Luo umbrella. In the past, he had fought many people who had treasures. However, under the protection of his Tian Luo umbrella, he was always safe and sound. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. Originally, under the protection of the heavenly Luo umbrella, there were layers of multicolored light flowing on the surface of his body. However, at this moment, the flowing multicolored light was rapidly solidifying, and the color of the multicolored light was rapidly transforming into a golden light. In the blink of an eye, his body was covered by the golden light. As the golden light flowed, the mark of an ancient coin could be seen. Kacha! The sound of something breaking could be heard. God Cloud was shocked. This was because the thing that broke was the protection of his Tian Luo umbrella. This was something that had never happened before. In his shock, he instinctively wanted to escape. However, something even more shocking happened. His peak sunshine, realm mana, and blood were all solidified. He finally knew what happened to the Sunshine Realm cultivators who were killed by Lu Yi of the Three-World Island. His heart trembled. A thought that made his hair stand on end rose in his heart. That golden light was not the power of a treasure. It was a treasure, a true starry sky treasure, because only the power of a treasure could break through the protection of his Tian Luo umbrella so easily. No other treasure could have such power. How could it be a treasure? God Cloud's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He could not understand how there could be someone in this world who could control the power of a treasure. Furthermore, in this day and age, there was still someone who could obtain a treasure. Rumors were harmful. All the information that he received all indicated that Lu Yi of the Three-World Island was in control of a treasure. Therefore, he came with full confidence. He originally thought that it was a good opportunity to seize the Wanxiang Sea and steal the treasure. Who would have thought that this would happen? As his body fell downwards, the deep seawater entered his vision. Xin Yan's heart was filled with fear. Of course, he knew about the terrifying corrosion of the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Now that the protection of the heavenly Luo umbrella had been broken, once he fell into the sea, he would definitely die. Suddenly, his scalp tightened. His falling body stopped in midair. He calmed himself down and realized that someone was grabbing his hair. The person who was grabbing him was undoubtedly Lu Yi. At such a close distance, their eyes met. God Cloud could clearly see the undisguised murderous intent in Lu Ye's eyes. At this moment, the person standing in front of him was not a person, but a ferocious beast that was about to devour him. Under his survival instincts, the power of his soul surged, and he activated his secret technique. Lu Ye's body swayed slightly. He shook his head vigorously. His soul was unstable, but it was not a big deal. God Cloud was dumbfounded. His sole power was at the peak of the Sunshine Realm. When he was in danger, even cultivators of the same level would not dare to underestimate him. How could a newly ascended Sunshine Realm cultivator withstand it? 1-2. Lu Yi opened his mouth. His eyelids drooped slightly. His expression was extremely sinister. At the same time, his other hand slowly pulled out the Pan Shan blade. Why did you all come? Under God Cloud's fearful gaze, the Pan Shan blade pierced his chest. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he could not open his mouth. You force me. The long blade pierced through his body. His blood circulation was sealed. With the strength of his physical body, God Cloud could not withstand the sharpness of the Pan Shan blade. God Cloud felt a piercing pain. Blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. What made him even more fearful was that Lu Ye's body was trembling slightly, as if he was trying his best to suppress something. Under that ferocious expression, there was an explosion of extreme malice. Die! Lu Yi roared angrily. His mana surged, and God Cloud's body, which was pierced by the long blade, exploded. He did not dare to delay any longer. He was afraid that he would not be able to resist the urge to devour God Cloud. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. A peak-level Sunshine Realm cultivator had died without a trace. Only a few storage rings that he carried with him were scattered all over the place. Among the storage rings, there was a small, palm-sized black umbrella. Lu Yi suddenly regained his senses. He reached out his hand and grabbed the storage rings and the small black umbrella. He did not have the time to check carefully. He looked around coldly. Using his mana, his voice spread in all directions. The three-world island wants to control the Wanxiang Sea. Does anyone have any objections? Come out and speak. There was no response. After waiting for 10 breaths, Lu Ye's voice rang out again. Since no one has any objections, then follow the rules obediently. Whoever dares to cause trouble in the Wanxiang Sea will be killed by the three-world island. With a cold snort, he turned around and returned to the three-world island. He slowly calmed down the killing intent in his heart. When he left the three-world island, he did not want to kill God Cloud. He thought that it was just a test from the various factions. Therefore, he only wanted to have a simple battle. However, he did not want to kill anyone. He could not stop others from wanting to kill him. Since that was the case, he could only kill them. He believed that after this battle, no one would dare to cause trouble in the Wanxiang Sea. End of chapter. Chapter 2004. The battle between the Sunshine experts started suddenly and ended quickly. The price to pay was the silent death of a peak Sunshine expert. Outside the Wanxiang Sea, many figures stood there with different expressions. Some were frowning, some were surprised, some were gloating, and some were shocked. Many Sunshine experts came from different galaxies and realms. They gathered here and did not enter the Wanxiang Sea because they did not want to have any conflict with the three-world island. They were also waiting. In such a situation, there would definitely be people who would not be able to hold themselves back and test the waters. They were all Sunshine experts who had been famous for many years. They had patience and shrewdness. The three-world island had declared that they wanted to control the Wanxiang Sea. However, how could such a huge matter be decided by one person? Anyone who wanted to control such a precious land would have to get their approval. If the three-world island was a top realm, it would be fine. However, the three-world island was not. Furthermore, they did not have a strong foundation. Under such circumstances, even if the three-world island wanted to take control of the Wanxiang Sea with their strength from the previous battle, they would have to pay a huge price. It could even be said that they might not even be able to take control of the Wanxiang Sea under the current circumstances. Just as they expected, someone had entered the Wanxiang Sea. Furthermore, it was God Cloud from the winged sky star. God Cloud relied on the protection of the heavenly Luo umbrella and was used to being lawless. In the entire galaxy, he had a fierce reputation and was one of the most dangerous people in the world to provoke. This was because once someone fought with him, if they could not break through his protection, he would be in an invincible position. Such an expert had come to the Wanxiang Sea, but did not report to the three-world island. Everyone was looking forward to what would happen next. They had sensed that Lu Yi had made his move, and had also sensed the conflict between God Cloud and Lu Yi as they had wished. However, the result was shocking. In just one exchange, God Cloud's aura was destroyed. Following that, Lu Ye's voice resounded throughout the Wanxiang Sea. Because it was too far away, no one could see the details of the fight between Lu Yi and God Cloud. They only knew one thing: God Cloud was dead. He died at the hands of the newly promoted Sunshine expert, Lu Yi of the Three-World Island. After a moment of silence, spiritual wills suddenly surged. Could it be that God Cloud did not manage to use the heavenly Luo umbrella in time? Someone asked in bewilderment, because this was the only possibility that could explain why Xinyan had fallen so quickly. No, God Cloud is such a sly old fox. He has always been cautious. Facing an opponent who also has a spiritual treasure, it is impossible for him not to use the Tian Luo umbrella. That's right. Moreover, it was God Cloud who initiated the fight just now. Based on my understanding of him, he must have used the Tian Luo umbrella to protect himself. But with the protection of the Tian Luo umbrella, how could he still die? How could that golden light type treasure be so powerful? Which supreme treasure does this belong to? No matter which treasure it is, its power has already reached an unfathomable level. Lu Yi of the Three-World Island will definitely become famous in the starry sky after today. No one will dare to underestimate him anymore. However, this brat is too hot-tempered. God Cloud actually killed him just like that. Did he not think that he would offend the winged sky star because of this? Haha, has he not offended enough top forces? Zi Xian has a huge grudge against him. Previously, he even killed a few Rizhao from the Formless Palace. Moreover, since he dared to take in the Green Demon King Ma Bin, it undoubtedly shows that he is not someone who is afraid of trouble. That's true. Ma Bin's scary part is that he appears and disappears unpredictably. Now that he is severely injured and has appeared in the Three-World Island, I'm afraid that many people will come looking for trouble with him. Other things aside, the Wanxiang Galaxy itself will not let him off easily. That brother Changfeng has been tracking his whereabouts ever since the battle at the Azura Field. I think he will return in a few days. A group of Rizhao's spiritual wills conversed. Suddenly, someone said, "Everyone, have you not thought of a possibility?" Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. Someone asked curiously, "What possibility?" To be able to break the Tian Luo umbrella's spiritual treasure protection so easily, the essence of the golden light in the Three-World Island, is it really a spiritual treasure? If it is not a spiritual treasure, what else can it be? The person who spoke had a leisurely expression and a deep gaze. Many Rizhao immediately reacted and inhaled a breath of cold air. That's right. Everyone had assumed that the essence of the golden light was the power of a spiritual treasure. However, if it was a spiritual treasure, then it should not have been able to break the Tian Luo umbrella so easily. However, if it was a spiritual treasure, then it was too shocking. After a long period of silence, someone finally spoke. The battle of the 10,000 Elephant Sea has come to an end. It's time for us to visit the owner of the Three-World Island. As for whether the golden light is a treasure, or perhaps we can ask him face to face. Although it was inappropriate to do so, if this matter was not clarified, none of the Rizhao present would be able to feel at ease. On the Three-World Island, Lu Yi returned. He adjusted his breathing for a while and suppressed the chaotic emotions in his heart. He had to quickly think of a way to deal with the black fruit on the talent tree. Otherwise, it would easily affect him in future battles. Just like this time when he fought against Xinyan, fortunately he already had some ideas. Just as he was about to give it a try, he suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction. With a thought, He transmitted his voice and stood up. After a short while, Lu Yi stood in the air outside the three-world island. Luan Xiaoa and Yan Miao followed closely behind him. From afar, a stream of light was rapidly approaching them. The power of the Rizhao filled the air. Luan Xiaoa and Yan Miao's expressions were a little nervous. This was because the number of Rizhao who came this time was quite large. There were about 10 of them. Obviously, they were all from the forces behind the various spiritual islands. Moreover, many of the Rizhao's aura was extremely profound. It was obvious that they were not ordinary people. They secretly looked at Lu Yi and realized that his expression was normal. He had the attitude of a host and was calm and collected. The two ladies were affected by his calmness. They looked at each other and gradually calmed down. Sui Lin from the Five-Color Territory is here to visit. Please forgive us if we have disturbed you. Before the person arrived, a clear voice could be heard from afar. It was the old man that Ding Dang mentioned. The old man was not old. He was full of energy. His vigorous aura showed that he was not a mediocre person in the Rizhao. As the only force behind the Five-Color Island that had a good relationship with the Three-World Island, Sui Lin taking the lead to speak was undoubtedly a good start for the meeting with the Rizhao. Following his words, voices could be heard one after another. 10,000 Devil Sulan is here to visit. Northern Underworld Kuehua is here to visit. Yellow Dragon Territories Gutai. One by one, the Rizhaos introduced themselves. They were all well-known names in the starry sky, especially the first few Rizhao who came from the top realms. They were especially important. Other than the Rizhao who came from the top forces, the Rizhao who introduced themselves were also existences that could not be underestimated. Behind each of them there was a strong force. If it was on a normal day, these experts and ordinary cultivators would not be able to see them. However, today they appeared in groups as if they were free. Lu Yi was humble and polite. He returned their greetings one by one and carefully memorized their faces and names. Now that he was in the Rizhao level, he would be dealing with this group of people in the future. Many of the Rizhaos secretly observed him. Seeing that he responded well, they could not help but secretly nod their heads. You have all come from afar. Your presence brings light to the Three-World Island. Please come in. I have already ordered people to prepare a banquet to welcome you all. Well said, well said. After a short while, in a palace where the cultivators of the Three-World Island were stationed, Lu Yi sat at the head of the table. Below him, the Rizhaos from the top forces were seated on either side of him. All kinds of spiritual fruits and wine were served one after another. Everyone was chatting and laughing. The scene was harmonious. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yi or the Rizhaos who came, they all knew one thing clearly. They were willing to visit the Three-World Island at this time as guests. This meant that they had acknowledged the Three-World Island's rule and jurisdiction over the Wanxiang Sea. Those who did not, such as Xinyun, had already turned into ashes. Under the suppression of absolute power, all the Rizhaos understood that the Three-World Island had the ability and qualifications to oversee the Wanxiang Sea. Since that was the case, there was nothing to nitpick about. Perhaps some of them were unwilling, but with Shan Yan's example, they naturally would not show their faces at this time. Now that everyone was sitting here, there was only one thing to discuss, and that was their own interests in the future. It was undeniable that the Wanxiang Sea had existed for so many years and had brought great benefits to all the major forces present. Especially after occupying the spiritual island, the cultivators of their respective forces could stay in the spiritual island and improve their cultivation speed and efficiency. This would undoubtedly speed up the growth of the cultivators of their respective forces. Moreover, having such a place where they could trade with each other was a great benefit to any force. This was because every realm and galaxy had their own specialties. These specialties might not be worth much in their own realm, but to other realms and galaxies they were very precious and rare items. Through such transactions, there was no doubt that they would gain a greater value. However, everyone was old and experienced. so no one brought up this topic at the beginning. They only made small talk. Gu Tai of the Yellow Dragon Realm took this opportunity to get closer to Lu Yi. This was because after the Azura field closed, Gu Sheng had returned to the Yellow Dragon Realm and mentioned Lu Ye's name to him. The friend that Gu Sheng mentioned, "You must be my friend, right?" Gu Tai asked with a smile. Lu Yi said, "That's right. I did go to the Azura field before. I had a good chat with Gu Sheng there. The younger generation will surpass us in time." Gu Tai sighed. In the current Yellow Dragon Realm, Gu Sheng was undoubtedly the one with the strongest aptitude. However, even Gu Sheng was now in seclusion. It was still uncertain whether he could successfully advance to the Sunshine level. Looking at Lu Yi, not only had he advanced to the Sunshine level, he had also caused such a big incident. Today he was sitting here as if they were equals. In comparison, Gu Sheng, who the Yellow Dragon Realm had high hopes for, was obviously inferior. "How is Gu Sheng now?" Lu Yi asked. He felt a little guilty towards Gu Sheng and Abdullah. This was because the three of them had agreed to explore the secret of the Azura field in a scene. In the end, he was taken away by the heavenly Azura tribe. After that, it was not convenient for him to continue contacting the two of them. They did not meet again until the Azura field closed. End of chapter. Chapter 2005. After returning from the Azura field, Gu Sheng went into seclusion. Gu Tai smiled. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. "That's something to look forward to." Gu Sheng, who had already reached the peak of the Moon Jade Realm, chose to go into seclusion for only one goal: to break through to the Sunshine Realm. Reaching the Sunshine Realm from the Moon Jade Realm was a huge hurdle. Since ancient times, many cultivators had failed and regretted it for the rest of their lives. However, Gu Sheng had a deep foundation, so the risk of breaking through to the Sunshine Realm would be much lower. As for Abdullah, if he could perfect his source and condense his own flower of qi, Lu Yi estimated that he would be able to break through to the Sunshine Realm like himself. In the main hall, the Sunshine Realm cultivators chatted with each other. The atmosphere was lively. After 3 rounds of wine, someone suddenly asked, "Fellow Taoist Lu, now that the chaos in the Wanxiang Sea has been quelled, the 3-world island wants to take control of this treasured land. May I ask how it will be managed in the future, and what rules will be set?" It was impossible for there to be no rules in such a place where cultivators from countless galaxies gathered. This person was undoubtedly asking about the 3-world island's plans for the future. This was also related to their interests. As soon as he spoke, the hall fell silent. Everyone looked towards Lu Yi, waiting for his reply. Lu Yi knew that the critical moment had come. Although these people had come to visit politely and had a pleasant conversation with him just now, if he really wanted to achieve his goal, he still had to give them a satisfactory answer. Only then would he be able to calm them down. After looking around, Lu Yi said slowly, "The island has no intention of setting any complicated rules. After all, the Wanxiang Sea is a place where heroes gather. There are many people coming and going. If there are strict rules, it will be detrimental to future development. Moreover, the original rules of the Wanxiang Sea are reasonable. Therefore, I've decided to make some minor changes while maintaining the general situation." Sui Lin of the 5-color domain laughed. "Please enlighten us." Lu Yi thought for a moment and said, "Everyone knows that I climbed up step by step from the bottom, so I have some understanding of the original rules of the myriad phenomenon sea. Now, I'm going to change some of the unreasonable parts of the rules. If there's anything wrong, please point it out." His politeness made the Sunshine Realm cultivators feel good. They all sat down and listened quietly. From today onwards, the rule that each spiritual island can only have 5 guardian Moonjade realms is abolished. There will no longer be a limit to the number of guardian Moonjade realms. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Obviously, they felt that this change was reasonable. The original rules of the Wanxiang Sea were mostly set to prevent large-scale battles from causing too many deaths and injuries. This also made it easier for the Wanxiang Galaxy to manage. There were only 5 of them guarding the Yuyao. As such, if there was a conflict between the 2 great spiritual islands, it would at most be a battle between 10 Yuyao from each side. No matter how big of a commotion it caused, it wouldn't be too big of a commotion. However, ever since the twin Qi connected branch formation disk began to circulate in the myriad phenomenon sea, this situation had changed. If a few constellations with sufficient foundations used the formation disk to form formations, the power they could unleash would not be inferior to an ordinary Yuyao. Which family didn't have a large number of constellations? Array disks were not expensive now. Therefore, in recent years, whenever a conflict broke out between 2 forces, it would be a fierce clash between all sorts of forces. Most of those forces would be seen as the newly ascended Yuyao. Other than the array disks, there were also battleships. Some of the larger battleships were much more powerful than the average Yuyao. Under such circumstances, merely limiting the number of guards guarding Yuyao was meaningless. Therefore, Lu Yi decided to abolish this rule. This way, the forces with powerful backgrounds could station a sufficient number of Yuyao on their own spiritual islands. The forces behind each of the Rizhao present belonged to this group. Therefore, this change was beneficial to them. Naturally, no one would object. Also, Lu Yi spoke again. Every top-tier spiritual island can send 1 Rizhao to guard their own spiritual island. When he said this, everyone was stunned. Then a small number of Rizhao were overjoyed. Gu Tai looked at Lu Yi with a burning gaze. Do you mean what you say? The change that Lu Yi had proposed earlier was not much. At most, it would allow the forces with a stronger foundation to better guard their own spiritual islands. However, this change was far more significant. For so many years, only the local Rizhao could remain on the myriad phenomenon sea for a long time. Other Rizhao from other places were not allowed to stay for too long. Many years ago, the various great forces had discussed this issue with the Rizhao of the myriad phenomenon galaxy. However, the myriad phenomenon galaxy was adamant. No matter what, they would not agree to allow Rizhao from other places to stay for a long time. If they were pushed too far, it would definitely lead to a bloody battle. Since the myriad phenomenon galaxy was adamant, the various great forces had no choice but to give up. The main reason why the myriad phenomenon galaxy was adamant about this rule was that they were not powerful enough. There were only about a dozen Rizhao in the local galaxy. There were also about a dozen top-tier spiritual islands on the myriad phenomenon sea, which were occupied by the various great forces. If every Rizhao came, how could the myriad phenomenon galaxy manage the myriad phenomenon sea? If these Rizhao from other places joined forces and conspired, the local galaxy would definitely be in trouble. As a precaution, the myriad phenomenon galaxy decided to block this possibility from the source. Therefore, no one expected Lu Yi to relent on this matter after taking over the myriad phenomenon sea. Moreover, he was the one who suggested it. For a moment, everyone felt that it was surreal. Lu Yi smiled. How would I dare to speak nonsense in front of all of you? He changed the topic and said leisurely, as far as I know, the spirit jade mineral veins on the various top-tier spiritual islands are very beneficial to Rizhao's cultivation, right? Other things aside, the location of the spirit jade mineral veins had always been the place with the densest spirit qi on a spiritual island. Cultivating there would naturally yield twice the results with half the effort. Moreover, the benefits of the spirit jade mineral veins to Rizhao did not seem to be limited to this. There were other reasons that he had not come into contact with yet, and those were the most important. For example, Ma Bin's Tao Foundation needed to be healed in the spirit jade mineral veins. Jiao Yan's sudden visit to the spirit jade mineral veins on the three-world island was obviously not just to increase her cultivation speed. The spirit jade mineral veins were especially attractive to her. Every top-tier realm indeed had their own spirit jade mineral veins, but they had more than one Rizhao. Who would not want to have another spirit jade mineral vein? The myriad phenomenon sees top-tier spiritual islands undoubtedly gave them such an opportunity. In the past, the myriad phenomenon galaxy did not agree, but now Lu Yi had relented. Gu Tai looked at Lu Yi and his eyes flashed. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, he spoke first. Brother Lu, this is a great move. It is the fortune of the cultivation world that Brother Lu is in charge of the myriad phenomenon sea. From now on, Yellow Dragon Island will follow Brother Lu's lead on the myriad phenomenon sea. Although he had a good chat with Lu Yi and even took the initiative to use Gu Sheng's name to get closer to him, in reality, he had never made a clear statement about the three-world island's intention to rule the myriad phenomenon sea. However, when Lu Yi mentioned that each top-tier spiritual island could send a Rizhao to oversee it, his attitude immediately changed. The first rule, which limited the number of Yu Yao's guardians, did not affect Yellow Dragon Island much. Whether it was abolished or not, Yellow Dragon Island was still Yellow Dragon Island. However, the second rule was completely different. Gu Tai himself could even benefit from it. This was the source of his great change in attitude. The five-color domain also supports Brother Lu's rule over the myriad phenomenon sea. Sui Lin quickly followed. Then came the myriad devil netherworld and other Rizhao from top-tier realms. Since these Rizhao had spoken, how could the other Rizhao from the larger realms hold back? They immediately chimed in. Instantly, the main hall was filled with noise. It was also from this moment onwards that the three-world island had officially confirmed their right to rule the myriad phenomenon sea. No one had any objections. Lu Yi raised his hand and gestured for everyone to calm down. Then he said, Rizhao can oversee a top-tier spiritual island. However, there is only one condition. Rizhao cannot participate in the disputes between the various spiritual islands. Does anyone have any objections to this? No. This is how it should be. Everyone quickly shook their heads. Of course, they did not have any objections. Moreover, this kind of thing was not very likely to happen. This was because, although there were many disputes in the myriad phenomenon sea, most of them were caused by forces below the top-tier spiritual islands. Who would want to have any conflicts with a top-tier spiritual island? That was simply courting death. Hence, with Rizhao overseeing a top-tier spiritual island, it was basically impossible for them to be involved in any disputes. These are the only two rules that I want to change. Does anyone have anything else to add? Lu Yi asked. Gu Tai said, Brother, you've thought it through thoroughly. I have nothing else to add. The rest shook their heads to express that they had nothing to add. Lu Yi then nodded. If that's the case, other than these two rules, everything else remains unchanged. The various spiritual islands have suffered great losses this time. It's best for them to recover as soon as possible. Only then can they regain their former prosperity. I'll have to trouble all of you to help out with this. Since the myriad phenomenon sea was ruled by the three-world island, the more prosperous it was, the more benefits the three-world island would gain. Of course, he hoped that the various spiritual islands would recover as soon as possible. Many Rizhao nodded in agreement. Since Lu Yi did not mention this matter, they would not neglect it. After all, it was their own matter. Someone said, I'd like to thank Brother Lu for his benevolence and for returning the stolen goods. I'd like to thank you. As soon as he said that, another wave of grateful voices could be heard. Almost half of the forces present had been robbed by the Formless Palace, especially the top spiritual islands. They were the main targets of the Formless Palace. Lu Yi had made the decision to return the goods that had been robbed. This had undoubtedly reduced their losses. Lu Yi smiled. That's what I should do. As he spoke, a figure walked in from outside. It was Luan Xiaoa. When she walked into the main hall, she instantly attracted everyone's attention. Luan Xiaoa was a newly promoted Rizhao. She had never experienced such a scene before. Her body almost turned to jelly. Luckily, she had a strong will. Moreover, the Rizhao in the main hall did not have any ill intentions towards her. Hence, she did not make a fool of herself. End of chapter. Chapter 2006. It was not Luan Xiao herself that attracted the attention of the Rizhao in the hall. Even if Luan Xiao was beautiful, she was not that attractive. What the Rizhao were looking at was the golden pet beast in her arms. Lu Yi of the Three-World Island had a strange golden treasure in his hands. It was because of this treasure that he was able to kill so many people as a new Rizhao. He even forced the Formless Palace to leave behind the looted goods. As for that treasure, it was no ordinary treasure either. It was a living thing. Yet, for some unknown reason, it was able to unleash the might of a treasure. So when they saw this golden pet beast, the Rizhao could not take their eyes off it. This was because this beast matched the description of the information they received perfectly. This was the treasure. The group of Rizhao suddenly became serious and looked at it seriously. Gu Tai, Sui Lin, Kuei Hua, Sulan, and some of the other top realms Rizhao looked at each other with a strange expression. When they came to the Three-World Island, they had all kinds of suspicions about this treasure. After all, the power of this treasure was too exaggerated. Shen Yin, who had the Tian Luo umbrella, died instantly. They could not help but wonder if this treasure was really a treasure. Originally, they wanted to find an opportunity to ask Lu Yi about this treasure. Who would have thought that before they could mention it, the Three-World Island would take the initiative to present it to them? What was the meaning of this? What's the matter? Lu Yi looked at Luan Xiao and asked. To be honest, there was some risk in letting Luan Xiao bring the Pai Xiao over in this kind of situation. But there were some methods that had to be used, so this was the only way. And he was sure that the aftermath of the previous battle was enough to serve as a deterrent. So the Rizhao present would not dare to have any ideas. Luan Xiao bowed to Lu Yi and reported according to his instructions. Island Master, Small Melon is a little irritable. It seems to be about to explode. After saying that, the corner of her eyes twitched. Small Melon, this name. Who gave it? Once she said that the Rizhao present all changed their expressions. This treasure could kill Xin Yun instantly. What did it mean that it was about to explode? Although there were few people among them who also brought treasures, none of them were confident that their treasures were stronger than the Tian Luo umbrella's defense. If it suddenly exploded, who could block it? Gua! Small Melon's cheeks puffed up, and his two protruding eyes turned, as if he was staring in a direction. In that direction, several Rizhao immediately tensed up. Their mana surged, as if they were facing a great enemy. Everyone, don't panic. Lu Yi hurriedly comforted them. He walked down from above, and then took the Small Melon into his hands, gently stroking it. Gu! Small Melon's voice rang out once again, reverberating endlessly in the huge hall. Lu Yi seemed to be mumbling something, but no one could make out what he was saying. After a long while, Lu Yi smiled and said, I frightened everyone. It's fine for the time being. Gu Tai's expression was solemn as he looked at Lu Yi and said, Fellow Taoist, this beast is Pai Xiao. Lu Yi casually explained, This beast has a trace of Pai Xiao's bloodline, but its bloodline is not pure. Originally, it would have been difficult for it to become a great weapon, but it encountered another opportunity. Everyone held their breaths and listened quietly. A few years ago, when I was traveling in the starry sky, I obtained a strange ancient coin. At first, I didn't find anything special about the ancient coin. Not long after, the ancient coin was eaten by this gluttonous little thing. Since then, this beast seemed to have undergone some wonderful changes. What changes? Although he already had some guesses, Gu Tai still wanted to understand. It's the same as it is now, and it can spit out a kind of golden light with a powerful sealing power. Lu Yi slowly said, I believe everyone knows about the fight between me and Rizhao from Formless Palace. I'm ashamed to say that I, a newly promoted Rizhao, was able to kill Formless Palace's people because of Small Melon's ability. Otherwise, how could I have such great ability? Although they already knew this information, when these things came out from Lu Ye's mouth, it still made them feel inexplicable. Among the many Rizhao present, which one of them didn't go through many years of bitter cultivation to reach this step. But their strength was really nothing in front of a powerful treasure. Lu Yi, on the other hand, had only inadvertently obtained an opportunity to have the ability to kill Rizhao like cutting melons and vegetables. Under this comparison, it really made people envious and jealous, and they couldn't help but sigh at the unfairness of the heavens. Is the ancient coin that fellow Taoist obtained a treasure? Someone asked. Whether it's a treasure or not, I don't know. Lu Yi shook his head. Everyone here is a knowledgeable person. Why don't you give me a pointer or two? Su Lan said with a solemn expression. Although a treasure is powerful, there are harsh conditions to activate any treasure. It either consumes a cultivator's foundation or requires a lot of time to prepare. Fellow Taoist Lu, may I ask what price you need to pay for this pet? This undoubtedly had the intention of inquiring about other people's details, but it was Lu Yi who brought up the topic, so although Su Lan's question was rude, there wasn't much of a problem. Moreover, looking at Lu Ye's expression, he didn't seem to mind. Price? Lu Yi blinked. There doesn't seem to be any price to pay, maybe. I need to go to the 10,000 elephant sea to take a bath? Go to the 10,000 elephant sea to take a bath? What does that mean? The group of people were all at a loss. Lu Yi didn't explain, but lowered his head to look at Small Melon and comforted it again. All right, I know, don't be upset. He raised his head to look at the crowd and said, Everyone, I'm sorry, Small Melon is a little unhappy. I'll take it to the 10,000 elephant sea to comfort it a little. As he said this, he directly walked out of the hall. The group of people looked at each other, and in the next moment, they all stood up and followed closely behind Lu Yi. They all faintly realized that what they were about to witness next might be extremely bizarre. Soon, a large group of people arrived at the edge of the three-world island. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Yi carried Small Melon and plunged into the 10,000 elephant sea. The whole place was silent, the corners of many people's eyes twitching at this moment, and their faces twitching. They quietly stared at the splashes on the surface of the sea, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Who didn't know about the terrifying corrosion of the 10,000 elephant sea's water? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes today, they wouldn't have dared to believe that there was actually someone in this world who would take the initiative to jump into the 10,000 elephant sea. Lu Yi couldn't be courting death. Since he did so, it meant that he had the ability to resist the corrosion of the 10,000 elephant sea's water. What kind of sensational news was this? Moreover, according to the information they received, Lu Yi had done this before, but in the end it was only hearsay, far less shocking than seeing it with their own eyes. Luan Xiaoa also followed, and many people secretly glanced at her, but they didn't see the slightest bit of worry on her face. The sea calmed down, and Lu Ye's whereabouts were nowhere to be seen. Even if the Rizhao people used their full strength to look, they couldn't see any trace of him. It wasn't until 10 breaths later that someone suddenly shouted, "He's back!" Everyone looked over, and sure enough, they saw a blurry shadow rapidly solidifying under the sea. The next moment, with a splash, Lu Yi appeared in front of everyone, holding Xiao Gua in her arms, safe and sound. Seawater splashed everywhere, and the few people who were closer to her quickly retreated, lest they be contaminated. Gua, accompanied by a clear cry, a golden light suddenly shot out into the depths of the void, stretching for tens of thousands of miles. Feeling better now, Lu Yi patted Small Melon's head and leisurely flew back. On the shore, dozens of Rizhao people looked at him with complicated expressions. Lu Yi smiled. Just now, fellow Taoist Su Lan asked about the price of using Small Melon's ability. I carefully observed it and found that Small Melon seems to be able to swallow the water of the 10,000 elephant sea and store the huge amount of energy in its body. When needed, it can activate the sealing golden light. Su Lan was slightly startled. So, fellow Taoist pet needs to swallow the water of the 10,000 elephant sea. That should be the case. Lu Yi nodded. Beside him, Gue was said sinisterly, Fellow Taoists said that it can swallow the water and store it in its body. Then, how many times can it use the power of the treasure with the stored energy? Just by listening to his style of speaking, he gave off an extremely sinister feeling. But in fact, he was like this. Whether he was familiar with or unfamiliar with himself, his style of speaking was like this, and it didn't represent his likes and dislikes. That I don't know. Lu Yi shook his head and looked at Gue leisurely, but no matter how many times it can use it, it's easy to replenish it anyway. Gue, whose eyes flashed, he had to admit that Lu Yi was right. The 10,000 elephant sea's water was so huge. If the price of using the treasure's power was the water of the 10,000 elephant sea, then it could be replenished easily. Just now, Lu Yi had only brought that pet beast into the sea for 10 breaths. Fellow Taoist, you can freely enter and leave the 10,000 elephant sea. Is that also related to it? Someone asked curiously. That's right. Lu Yi nodded. A few more people asked about the things they were curious about, and Lu Yi answered them one by one. Suddenly, Gu Tai said, Fellow Taoist, may I ask if you used the heavenly Luo umbrella when you fought with Shen Yin? Not only him, but also all the Rizhao people who knew about the power of the heavenly Luo umbrella were curious about this. Heavenly Luo umbrella. Lu Yi blinked and flipped his hand, taking out a small black umbrella the size of a palm. You're talking about this? If that's the case, it seems to be broken. After killing Xinyan, he kept this small black umbrella and investigated it. At that time, he felt that this thing was broken. It's broken. Everyone was shocked and looked at Lu Ye's hand. Indeed, the small black umbrella had no spirituality and it looked a little tattered. This was the famous heavenly Luo umbrella. How could it be broken? Gu Tai's expression was extremely serious. His lips trembled a few times. Then he said, Fellow Taoist, if you don't mind, can you let me check it? Go ahead. Lu Yi threw the tattered, small black umbrella to Gu Tai like he was throwing away trash. Gu Tai caught it with both hands and used his divine sense to check it. He wasn't the only one looking. A few Rizhao seniors gathered around him and observed it carefully. But no matter how they looked, this should be the real heavenly Luo umbrella without a doubt. Even if it was broken and tattered, the aura of the treasure couldn't be faked. For a moment, everyone's hearts beat wildly. The heavenly Luo umbrella was one of the most famous defensive treasures in the universe. With this treasure, Shen Yin was invincible no matter who he was up against. This was why he was so famous. But now, Shen Yin was dead, and the heavenly Luo umbrella was broken. What kind of treasure in this world could break the heavenly Luo umbrella in an instant? For a moment, a horrifying and unbelievable thought surged in everyone's minds. End of chapter. Chapter 2007. Everyone thought that Lu Yi was in possession of an ultimate treasure. God Cloud must have thought so too. Hence, when he brought the heavenly Luo umbrella to the 10,000 elephant sea, he did not put the three-world island in his eyes. He also did not intend to listen to Lu Ye's words and report to the three-world island to register. Hence, God Cloud died, and the heavenly Luo umbrella was broken. Only now did everyone realize that this was not an ultimate treasure. It was most likely a true starry sky treasure. It was a starry sky treasure. How could anyone control a starry sky treasure in such an era? Although the one controlling the starry sky treasure was the pet beast with the Pishio bloodline. What was the difference between its control and Lu Ye's? After devouring the strange ancient coin, no matter what the pet beast was originally, it was now a living starry sky treasure. Did Lu Yi not know the value of this treasure? Even if he was a newly promoted Rizhao, it was impossible for him not to know this. However, even if he knew, he still demonstrated the power and results of this treasure in front of everyone. He even brought the treasure into the Wanxiang Sea under the witness of many Rizhao. He only took 10 breaths to replenish the treasure's power. Everything he did was nothing more than to display the strength of the three-world island to deter the guests from all directions. Think about it. a treasure that could bring people in and out of the Wanxiang Sea and replenish its power by devouring the Wanxiang Sea's water. Who on the vast Wanxiang Sea could defeat it? Who would dare to go against it? With such a treasure in the three-world island, no matter which Rizhao or how many Rizhao dared to cause trouble in the Wanxiang Sea, they would not have a good ending. If Lu Yi wanted to, he could easily kill every Rizhao present as long as he had enough time. This had nothing to do with Lu Ye's cultivation. It was the power of the treasure. In an instant, the Rizhao understood the reason why Lu Yi did not hesitate to expose the secret of the treasure to show off in front of them. With such a treasure, the three-world island's rule over the Wanxiang Sea would be impregnable. From now on, no one would dare to cause trouble in the Wanxiang Sea. No matter how powerful a cultivator was, they would have to obey the rules unless they had the ability to fight against a treasure. Thinking of this, the Rizhao from the various top forces finally understood why Lu Yi did not mind them, sending Rizhao to guard their own spiritual island. The Wanxiang Galaxy didn't dare to set this precedent because they didn't have the confidence to rule the Wanxiang Sea after setting this precedent. However, Lu Yi dared to do so because he didn't care how many people from outside were guarding his spiritual island. Whoever dared to break the rules would be killed by him. This was his strong confidence in his cardinal treasure. Many thoughts flashed through Gu Tai's mind as he returned the damaged Heavenly Luo umbrella to Lu Yi. With this treasure guarding it, the myriad phenomenon sea is truly fortunate. I believe this treasured land will be much more peaceful in the future. After pondering for a moment, he continued, as for the ancient coin that fellow Taoist's pet beast swallowed, if I'm not mistaken, it should be called the three-treasure fortune coin. 3 treasures, Rui money? Lu Yi raised his eyebrows and asked for advice. Although this treasure coin had been swallowed by Small Melon, and he could control it if he could obtain more information, he naturally wouldn't want to miss it. Gu Tai shook his head and said, "There are too many things that I don't understand. I've only seen some records of this in an extremely ancient book in this world. It is said that this 3 treasures, Rui money, can swallow the energy of the starry sky. According to the amount of energy it swallows, it can appear in 3 colors. The mysterious light that it emits has the effect of sealing. Among the 3 colors, the bronze color corresponds to the constellation, the silver color corresponds to the moon, and the gold color corresponds to Rizhao. This kind of sealing light can't be resisted by ordinary cultivators. However, this treasure has been lost for a long time and hasn't been seen in the world for many years. I never thought." As he spoke, he looked at Small Melon with a complicated gaze. After listening to his explanation, Lu Yi immediately realized that the ancient coin should be the 3 treasures, Rui money. This was because what Gu Tai said was no different from the power that the ancient coin had displayed previously. Gu Tai spoke again. "This beast has the bloodline of a Pai Xiao. Everyone should have heard that the Pai Xiao is in charge of wealth. It only goes in and doesn't go out. The 3 treasures, Rui money, is wealth. This beast has swallowed it. Perhaps some strange changes have occurred in its bloodline because of this." As he spoke, he cupped his fists at Lu Yi. "You're really lucky. If it were any other beast pet, swallowing the 3 treasures, Rui money, wouldn't have ended well." What he meant was that there were too many coincidences for a beast like Small Melon to be born. Lu Yi smiled. "Then I'm really lucky. What should be shown had been shown." He believed that after the news of Rizhao spread, it wouldn't be long before the entire starry sky knew that Three-World Island had a supreme treasure. When that time came, no one would dare to set their sights on the Wanxiang Sea. If it weren't for the fact that he had no other choice, Lu Yi actually didn't want to show Small Melon in public. This was Three-World Island's trump card. Even if others had their suspicions, as long as they didn't actively reveal it, there would be no concrete evidence for their suspicions. However, due to certain considerations, Lu Yi still did so. That was because Three-World Island's foundation wasn't strong enough. The existence of a supreme treasure could greatly increase Three-World Island's influence. Everyone returned to the main hall, and the banquet continued. After showing off Small Melon's ability, Lu Yi could clearly feel that the Rizhao present were much more polite towards him. Half a day later, the music ended and everyone dispersed. The Rizhao this time was led by Three-World Island to set the tone for the future development of the Wanxiang Sea. After the chaos, the various spiritual islands in the Wanxiang Sea had 1,000 things to do. Every Rizhao had their own matters to attend to. Lu Yi brought Luan Xiaoa to send off the guests. He channeled his transcendence energy to expel the smell of alcohol from his body. Then he took out the tattered heavenly Luo umbrella and lowered his head to inspect it. Since this treasure was already broken, Lu Yi thought it was useless. That was why he didn't mind letting Gu Tai inspect it. Who would have thought that, after chatting with Gu Tai and the others, he would obtain a useful piece of information? Under normal circumstances, no one could repair a damaged treasure. That was because the treasure itself was an accessory of a supreme treasure. It wasn't artificially refined. However, there was a way to repair a damaged treasure, and that was to place it in a spirit jade mine. As for the specific reason, Gu Tai and the others couldn't explain it clearly. They only repeated it based on the records they had read. Gu Tai wasn't the only one who said this. Sui Lin and the others had also confirmed it. However, although this method of repairing a treasure was useful, it took a long time. It could easily take 100 years. With the heavenly Luo umbrella damaged to this extent, even if it was placed in a spirit jade mine, it would take hundreds or thousands of years to restore it to its original state. When Lu Yi heard that there was a chance to repair the heavenly Luo umbrella, he was looking forward to it. Initially, he didn't know the power of the heavenly Luo umbrella. After all, this thing was destroyed by Small Melon's golden light. However, Gu Tai and the others held the heavenly Luo umbrella in high esteem, which made Lu Yi realize the immense value of this treasure. The protection it provided was indeed nothing in front of the triple treasure, scepter money. However, in front of other treasures of the same quality, it was extremely powerful. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was impregnable. Small Melon wasn't Lu Ye's pet beast. It was Hua Xi's pet beast. Small Melon's golden light seal wasn't unbreakable. At the very least, that golden light couldn't seal the soul. However, if Hua Xi had the protection of the heavenly Luo umbrella and the triple treasure scepter money, one could attack and one could defend. Hua Xi's safety would no longer be a concern. However, when he heard that it would take hundreds or thousands of years to repair the heavenly Luo umbrella, he immediately lost interest. By that time, Hua Xi would probably be at the peak of the sunshine state. However, as if he could read Lu Ye's mind, Gu Tai quickly made a suggestion. That was to place the damaged heavenly Luo umbrella together with the real treasure. That way, there would be a chance for the heavenly Luo umbrella to be restored. However, there was only a chance. If the treasures were incompatible with each other, this method would be useless. According to Lu Ye's understanding, this repair method should be done when the treasures were in close contact with each other. The treasures' mysteries would seep into the treasures, aiding in the repair. Thus, even if the treasures weren't compatible with each other, they shouldn't clash. Lu Yi wasn't sure if the heavenly Luo umbrella would be compatible with the triple treasure scepter money, but it was worth a try. With a thought, Lu Yi handed the damaged heavenly Luo umbrella to Luan Xiaoa. "Senior sister, bring this to Hua Xi and let her take care of it." Luan Xiaoa took the heavenly Luo umbrella and nodded slightly. She couldn't help but ask, "Junior brother, junior sister Hua Xi has been sealed for many years. Although her strength has increased greatly after breaking the seal, there seems to be something wrong with her soul. She doesn't remember us at all. Do you want to go and take a look?" Lu Yi was stunned. "She doesn't even remember you?" Luan Xiaoa nodded. "Who can she remember now?" "No one. Even when Shui Yuan went to talk to her, she acted like she was a stranger." "Are you serious?" Lu Yi blinked. After thinking for a while, he realized that he hadn't offended her all these years. Moreover, she had been sealed all this time. He didn't have the chance to offend her even if he wanted to. What? Luan Xiao didn't hear him clearly. Nothing. Lu Yi shook his head. After thinking for a while, he said, "I'll take care of this, but I have other things to do now." After pondering for a while, he decided not to hide it from Luan Xiao. Zi Xian has already sent out her troops. More than 10 Rizhao are leading the demon race army and are on their way to Jade, Conch Galaxy. If He Yun didn't lie, they should arrive in Jade, Conch Galaxy in 2.5 months. It was precisely because Jade, Conch Galaxy was facing such a situation that he had to completely resolve the matter in the 1,000 Elephant Sea first. This way, he wouldn't have any worries. Showing Little Melon's ability to the outside world was also for this reason. Otherwise, after he left, there might be some clowns who would try to stir up trouble. However, it was different now. As long as Little Melon was in charge of the 3-world island, there wouldn't be any trouble in the vast Wanxiang Sea. Luan Xiao was shocked. Why would Zi Xian send out her troops to Jade, Conch Galaxy? Jade, Conch Galaxy was such a remote place. There were only 3 large domains in total. What could Zi Xian gain by sending her troops there? Chapter 2008. Zi Xian was such a famous top-level domain. How could she suddenly send troops to a domain without enough benefits? What confused Luan Xiao even more was how Zi Xian knew the correct route to Jade Conch. It was Lu Yi who led them all the way from Jade Conch to the Wanxiang Sea. After going through many difficulties, they finally opened up the route from Jade Conch to Wanxiang Sea. If Zi Xian did not know the correct route, she would never send troops to Jade Conch. However, they still did so. Some of the constellations went missing back then. Some of them fell into the hands of Yuan. He used the soul-searching technique. Lu Yi slowly explained the whole story. He Yun would go to Jade Conch because of Yuan Du's instigation. It was also because of his own selfishness. In the conflict between Zi Xian Island and the 3-world island, Zi Xian suffered a great loss and He Yun lost face. However, neither He Yun nor Yuan Du expected that after He Yun arrived at the 9 states, he would find another thing that he cared about. This led to the current situation of Zi Xian sending troops to Jade Conch. Lu Yi generally saw, through He Yun's plan, he should want to find the inheritance of the Tao tree. Therefore, on one hand, he personally took action in the Wanxiang Sea. At the same time, he let Zi Xian send troops to the 9 states and take it down. In this way, no matter where the inheritance of the Tao tree was, it could not escape his control. His plan was very good, but man proposes, God disposes. In the end, he ended up dead and his Tao dissipated. Luan Xiao was furious when she heard this. Yuan Du, you old dog, you deserve to die. Looking back, there was no direct conflict between the 3-world island and Yuan Du back then. The island even had the intention to worship him. However, Yuan Du did not care about the cultivators of the 3-world island. He wanted to support Baiwa to occupy the 3-world island. This led to the subsequent conflicts. The conflicts expanded rapidly until the last time he even personally took action. After cursing, Luan Xiao began to worry again. Zi Xian is too powerful for Jade Conch to resist. Junior brother, what should we do? As far as she knew, there was not a single sunshine in the entire Jade Conch Galaxy. How could they resist when Zi Xian targeted them? She wished she could fly back to Jade Conch now. Even if she was just a sunshine, even if she could not defeat Zi Xian's army, she would fight to the death to protect her homeland. Senior sister, don't be nervous. I have my own plans. You should rest well for the time being. Nothing will happen to you, Luo. Strangely enough, when Luan Xiao heard that Zi Xian had sent troops to Jade Conch, she was both furious and worried about her homeland. But when Lu Yi said this, that nervousness and worry suddenly disappeared, replaced by an indescribable sense of stability. It was as if Lu Yi said that Jade Conch was fine, so it was definitely fine. I understand. Luan Xiao nodded and quickly withdrew. Since Lu Yi had told her to rest, it was tantamount to saying that in the future, there would be a place where he would need her help. Lu Yi stood in place and thought for a moment before suddenly turning his head to look in a certain direction. In that position, Hua Xiai stood quietly at the edge of the cliff. Her beautiful eyes gazed at the endless sea of sponges with a profound look in her eyes. Sensing his gaze, Hua Xiai turned to look at him. Their eyes met, and she nodded at Lu Yi from afar, revealing a gentle smile. However, he didn't say anything else. If it were in the past, this would have been impossible. But now Hua Xiai was like this. Lu Yi blinked and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her. The main thing was that he still had some things to deal with. He didn't have the time to fight a battle of wits and courage with this woman. It wouldn't be too late to deal with her after he was done with the matters at hand. His figure flashed, and he disappeared. After a short while, Lu Yi appeared in Chu Xin's pavilion. The two brothers sat down. Chu Xin had a worried look on his face. "Big brother, I'm in an awkward situation now. Where should we go in the future?" In the entire three-world island, apart from Chu Xin, who didn't belong to Jade Conch Galaxy, there was a group of people who came with Chu Xin from Jia, because at that time the three-world island was nominally under Jiyan. Jia naturally had to express their gratitude to the outside world by sending disciples to the three-world island to cultivate. There weren't many people in this group. Lu Yi had never treated them unfairly. They didn't lack any benefits that the cultivators of the three-world island had. Previously, when Yuan Du attacked, this group had followed the cultivators of the three-world island to the Mermaid Clan's territory. However, when they returned, the Wanxiang Sea had been turned upside down. Even the authority that their galaxy had maintained over this precious land for tens of thousands of years had been taken away. In terms of emotions, Chu Xin was naturally biased towards Lu Yi. The two brothers had met in the constellation, and their friendship had been extraordinary for so many years. However, in the end, Chu Shen was still an Wanxiang cultivator. Jia stood behind him. The conflict between the three-world island and the Wanxiang galaxy had affected him to some extent. In the past few days, he had been restraining the cultivators of his realm. He had them stay in their own residences and forbade them from going out. He was afraid that they would clash with the cultivators of the three-world island. If Lu Yi didn't come looking for him, he would have gone looking for Lu Yi. The feeling of being stuck in the middle was too uncomfortable. Of course, Lu Yi knew what he meant. Hearing this, he said, "Don't worry so much. You represent the Jia. Your mother has the final say on their attitude towards the three-world island. There's no point in you worrying." Chu Shen's expression was bitter. "That's true, but my mother is also an Wanxiang cultivator. Such a big thing happened while she wasn't here. What if she comes back and finds out?" As he spoke, he seemed to think of something. He looked at Lu Yi. "Big brother, let's make this clear first. Don't use that golden light to cover my mother." His mother was indeed powerful, but he had heard that the golden light was the power of a supreme treasure. No matter how powerful his mother was, she definitely wouldn't be able to block it. If she was really covered by the golden light, she definitely wouldn't have a good ending. He didn't want to see any conflict between Lu Yi and his mother. Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry, it won't happen." After a pause, his expression became serious. He said, "Actually, I've always been curious about something." "What is it?" Chu Xin asked. "The Wanxiang Galaxy has 6 large realms. Why were there only 5 spots for Rizhao to guard? This didn't make sense. If there were benefits to be shared equally, then there should be 6 of them. However, the Wanxiang Galaxy only had Ling realm. The other 5 realms all had Rizhao overseeing the Wanxiang Sea. Lu Yi didn't know how strong Jiu Yan was before, but after a few recent encounters, he could faintly sense that Jiu Yan wasn't an ordinary Rizhao. Her strength was probably among the best in the entire Wanxiang Galaxy. This could also be seen from the timing of Yuan Du's attack. He was obviously very wary of Jiu Yan, which was why he attacked the three-world island after Jiu Yan left. Jiu Yan's departure from the three-world island might even have something to do with him. He might have used some method to lure Jiu Yan away. Why wasn't such a powerful cultivator guarding the Wanxiang, see Rizhao? Chu Xin wasn't stupid. When Lu Yi asked this question, he roughly understood what Lu Yi meant. He thought for a moment and said, "Big brother, there are some things that I've only heard Aunt you mention casually in the past. I can't be sure. Mother never tells me too much, so I understand." Lu Yi nodded. Chu Shen pondered for a moment and said, "It's like this. In the past, there were only 5 realms in our galaxy. The Che Ling realm rose to prominence with Mother's rise. You've been to the Che Ling realm before. It's very small and there aren't many people. If not for Mother's fame, this realm wouldn't have much value." Lu Yi nodded. During the process of Mother's rise, she gradually made a name for herself and attracted the attention of the Nicho in our solar system. I don't know the specifics of what happened in between, but I heard from Aunt Yu that after Mother became Yu Yao, she left our solar system to explore the outside world. One day, she suddenly returned as a Nicho and stood on equal footing with the other Nicho in our solar system. However, after so many years, the relationship between our realm and the other realms has been very indifferent, and there hasn't been much interaction. Our Che Ling realm has also been in a semi-closed state. Half a day later, Lu Yi left Chu Xin's place. Lu Yi couldn't care less about the attitude of the other Rizhao in the Wanxiang galaxy. After all, he had the final say in the Wanxiang Sea. However, he couldn't ignore Jiu Yan. Jiu Yan had given him a lot of help, especially when the three-world island was just developing. Without the Che Ling realm's cultivators, how could the three-world island be what it was today? Lu Yi was indebted to her. Of course, he couldn't be an ungrateful person. He didn't bring Little Melon to kill Yuan Se and the others in the other realms because he cared about Jiu Yan's reputation. Previously, when they were enemies, he killed Yuan Du and the others. However, if he really attacked the other realms, it would be the same as trampling on Jiu Yan's reputation. Of course, Lu Yi couldn't do such a thing. Jiu Yan wasn't here now, but she would return eventually. Moreover, it wouldn't be too late. The changes in the Wanxiang Sea were too great. News would spread very quickly. Therefore, no matter where Jiu Yan went, she would definitely rush back as soon as she received the news. Therefore, Lu Yi had to figure out Jiu Yan's general attitude first. After chatting with Chu Xin, he more or less had an idea. Chu Shen didn't say much, but he vaguely sensed that there seemed to be some conflict between Jiu Yan and Yuan Se. As a result, Jiu Yan didn't have a good relationship with the other realms. Mu Qing was the only one he could talk to. Therefore, if he was lucky, the three-world island wouldn't have to fight with Jiu Yan. After all, he wasn't the one who started the fight. Everything he did was because he had no choice but to retaliate. However, the strength of his retaliation was a little too strong. It was beyond the range of what the enemy could bear. Returning to his own pavilion, Lu Yi sat down cross-legged and seriously thought about what Chu Xin had said. After confirming that there weren't too many problems, he stretched out his hand. A treasure gourd appeared in his palm. It was the sword gourd that he hadn't used for a long time. After obtaining this treasure, it had indeed provided Lu Yi with a lot of help. Back then, he had used the name Li Tai Bai in the 9 regions because of the power of this treasure. During that time, he had been a free and unfettered sword cultivator. He had also made a name for himself and was highly valued by the myriad Demon's Ridge. End of chapter. Chapter 2010. Sword Gourd, Elixir Gourd. Tang Jun was in disbelief. How many treasures do you have? The Elixir Gourd was a secret in the three-world island. Only a few people knew about it, and Tang Jun was one of them. However, the Elixir Gourd was only used for alchemy and was not suitable for fighting. Therefore, in some aspects, it was much less valuable than the fire gourd in the first Yuan world. However, he never expected that Lu Yi would suddenly bring out a sword gourd. Now, it seemed that Lu Yi already had it, but he was blind and did not see its true appearance. "I have a few," Lu Yi answered casually. The sword gourd, elixir gourd, little constellation hall's dice of fate were all treasures. The azure field in the 9 regions was also a treasure. Tang Jun looked at him in a daze, not knowing what to say. After a while, old Tang left. Lu Yi continued to urge the sword gourd to devour more treasures. The sword in the gourd became more and more solid. It wasn't until it had devoured many more magic treasures that the sword suddenly transformed from solid to transparent. At this moment, Lu Ye's heart stirred. He faintly sensed that the sword qi in the sword gourd had reached its peak. Just by sensing it, he felt a piercing pain in his soul. Lu Yi did not know what kind of power this sword qi could unleash. However, from the fire gourd's performance, the sword qi's killing power was not ordinary. There were still some treasures in front of him. Lu Yi thought for a while and pointed the mouth of the sword gourd at these treasures. In the end, he discovered that the sword gourd was unable to devour any more magic treasures. This undoubtedly confirmed his previous guess. After the sword gourd devoured magic treasures, the mysteries within would quickly refine the magic treasures and transform them into the capital to strengthen the sword qi. Now that the sword qi had reached its peak, it naturally did not need to devour any more treasures. Lu Yi roughly estimated that the total value of the magical treasures used to nurture this sword qi was about 500 million spirit jades. This was not an ordinary expenditure. Only the 3-world island, which was rich enough to rival a country, could afford it. If it was an ordinary domain, even if they had such a treasure, it would be difficult for them to unleash its full power. If the sword gourd was like this, the fire gourd should be similar too. He just didn't know how Yuan Sei managed to nurture the strange fire in the fire gourd. He probably needed some special methods. As for the other killing attribute treasures, most of them came with a price. It was no wonder that this thing was rarely seen. It was generally regarded as a treasure to suppress the realms by the major realms. There was no other choice. In comparison, the small melon's ability to activate the 3 treasures Rui coin was simply too convenient. There was so much water in the 10,000 elephant sea that no matter how much it swallowed, it would never dry up. Lu Yi picked up the sword gourd and walked out of his pavilion. Soon, he arrived at the side of the 3-world island. He dived into the sea and went deeper. He wanted to test the might of this sword qi. Now that there was no one on the 10,000 elephant sea that he could test his sword qi on, he could only search beneath the sea. There were many star beasts living under the 10,000 elephant sea. However, most of them were active in the deep sea, so ordinary people couldn't see them at all. Lu Yi spent an entire day before he finally found the trace of a sunshine state star beast. This star beast wasn't weak, but it acted on instinct. When it sensed Lu Ye's aura, it swam towards him without hesitation. Judging from its posture, it was obvious that it didn't come with good intentions. Lu Yi stood still. When the star beast was 1,000 feet away from him, he suddenly activated the power of the sword gourd with his dermic powers. The sword gourd in his hand shook slightly, and a ray of white light shot out from the mouth of the gourd. The white light was extremely fast. It was already 1,000 miles away when it appeared. The deep waters of the 10,000 elephant sea didn't seem to have any resistance to it. The sunshine star beast that was swimming towards him suddenly had a huge gash in its abdomen. Blood flowed everywhere. Through the gash, Lu Yi could vaguely see the squirming innards inside. It wasn't dead. It wasn't that the sword qi of the sword gourd wasn't powerful enough. It was just that the sword qi was too fast. Lu Yi couldn't control it completely, causing his accuracy to be slightly off. A strange roar was heard. Although the star beast wasn't very intelligent, it knew how to avoid danger. When it sensed that something was wrong, It didn't dare to stay on the spot. It immediately turned around and tried to escape. But it was too late. The white light sword chi that was 1,000 miles away returned and accurately pierced through its body, creating a huge hole in its huge body. Lu Yi raised his hand and grabbed the sword chi that was returning to him. In an instant, his hand was covered in blood. His strong physique couldn't withstand the power of the sword chi. Even his soul felt piercing pain when he felt it at such a close distance. The sword chi in his hand gave off a rebellious aura. It was slightly twisted, and thin rays of light swam around the white light. Lu Yi felt that what he was holding was not a sword chi, but a bolt of lightning that could explode at any moment. His expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly retracted the sword chi back into the sword gourd. He looked down and saw that the wound on his hand hadn't healed immediately. There were still remnants of the sword chi that kept tearing at his flesh. This thing can't be touched, Lu Yi immediately thought. Fortunately, the talent tree reacted. As the talent tree burned, the remnant sword chi on his hand gradually showed signs of disappearing. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. When he looked up again, the sunshine star beast was already dead. Its huge corpse had turned into a bloody mist under the raging power of the sword chi. Not even its bones were left behind. The power of the sword gourd was terrifying. Lu Yi was overjoyed. His figure flashed, and he went back the way he came. He was very satisfied with the result of testing the sword gourd's power this time. However, after returning to the three-world island, Lu Yi found another problem. The sword chi contained in the sword gourd had obviously been greatly depleted. Because the sword gourd could continue to devour magic treasures, looking at it this way, the sword chi was at its strongest when it was just released. However, every time it was released, it would be depleted. In terms of the value of magic treasures, each time it was released, it would cost about 100 million spirit jades. If it was released a few more times, the power of the sword chi would be greatly reduced. Using the sword gourd to fight the enemy was simply burning money. However, compared to the tyrannical power of the sword gourd, this price seemed acceptable. He just needed to prepare more magic treasures for the sword gourd to devour. This wasn't difficult. Many of the magic treasures that Tang Jun had given him were still unused. Lu Yi had put them all into the Little Flower realm. The matter of the sword gourd had come to an end. Next, he had to solve the problem of the black fruit on the talent tree. This matter couldn't be delayed. If he accidentally swallowed someone when he was fighting with them, he would go further and further down the path of Chao Nian. He already had some ideas about this matter. Now, what he had to do was to realize these ideas. According to his previous experiments, he could split a part of the black fruit when he condensed the talent tree clone. However, he couldn't give up the talent tree. In the end, he had to merge it back. So this kind of splitting was meaningless. Since the talent tree clone couldn't do it, what about the treasure blood clone? Indeed, he couldn't give up the talent tree clone, but the treasure blood clone was no problem. What Lu Yi wanted to do now was to try to split a part of the black fruit into the clone while condensing the precious blood doppelganger. As long as this idea worked, he could continuously weaken the black fruit by abandoning the precious blood doppelganger. Then he could completely remove the black fruit from his body. Time flew by. Half a month later. Recently, the three-world island had been very lively. The entire Wanxiang Sea had slowly returned to its original prosperity. It could even be said that because of the previous battle, the Wanxiang Sea was much less chaotic now. This was a good sign. In the bamboo building, Lu Yi was meditating with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked in a direction. In the next moment, he stood up and flashed outside. He flew into the air and went out of the protective formation. He stood outside the three-world island. Luan Xiaoa and Yan Miao both sensed this and were about to rush over. However, they were stopped by his voice transmission. Only one person flew to his side. It was Chu Xin, Big Brother. Chu Xin worriedly followed Lu Ye's gaze. He could vaguely see a stream of light rapidly approaching them. Moreover, that stream of light emitted an extremely familiar aura. Mother seems to be very angry. Big brother, please bear with her for a while. Jiu Yen was back. Chu Shen had been very worried about what would happen when his mother and Lu Yi met again after the turmoil in the Wanxiang Sea. However, no matter how worried he was, he couldn't stop this from happening. At this moment, when he felt his mother's aura, his heart was filled with anxiety. Lu Yi smiled. It's okay. He let out a long sigh of relief. Things didn't seem to be so bad. The fact that Jian had come here so openly meant that she wanted to talk to him. This was exactly what Lu Yi had been hoping for. He could ignore everyone else in the Wanxiang galaxy, but not Jiu Yan. In his heart, he didn't want to become enemies with Jiu Yan. This wasn't just because of Chu Shen, but also because Jiu Yan had treated him well. However, as a cultivator of the Wanxiang galaxy, Jiu Yan couldn't escape from the grudge between Three World Island and Wanxiang. Wanxiang had suffered such a great loss with the deaths of several rises. Jiu Yan couldn't just sit by and watch. Lu Yi didn't want to become enemies because of this. The stream of light came closer and closer. A moment later, the light faded away, revealing Jiu Yan's voluptuous figure. Lu Yi looked at her face with all his might, but he still couldn't see her face clearly. Her face was covered by a layer of light as usual. It had been like this when Yu Yao was here. Now that Lu Yi was rises, he thought that even if he couldn't see through this layer of light, he should have made some progress. However, whether it was Yu Yao or rises, his eyes couldn't see through this layer of light. Lu Yi understood that Jiu Yan was indeed very strong. She couldn't be compared to the other rises in the Wanxiang galaxy. Lu Yi greets Senior. Welcome back, Senior. Lu Yi put away his thoughts and bowed politely. End of chapter. Chapter 2011. Outside the Three-World Island. Jiu Yan finally returned after more than a month. Lu Yi personally came out to welcome her, accompanied by Chu Shen. In mid-air, Jiu Yan stood quietly with a complicated expression, but more than that, she was annoyed. She was not angry at Lu Yi. She had already understood the cause and effect of the previous turmoil. What Lu Yi had done was a last resort. No matter who it was, they would not have allowed themselves to be trampled on by others in such a situation. She was angry at Yuan Du in order to transfer her away from the Three-World Island. Yuan Du had spent a lot of effort and finally achieved his wish. Moreover, Yuan Du had joined forces with Zi Xian's demon venerables, completely ignoring the rules set by their own galaxy and bullying the weak. And the result? In the end, he had died, and the strength of their own galaxy had been greatly reduced. Jiu Yan felt aggrieved to be in the same galaxy as such people. When she received the news, she could not believe it and hurried back. After seeing Yuan Sei and the others, she confirmed that the rumors were true. In less than 2 months after she left the galaxy, the entire Wanxiang Sea had changed. Their own galaxy had completely lost control of the Wanxiang Sea. Thinking back to how Yuan Sei and the others had tried to persuade her before she came here, she felt it was funny. Now, the news of the Three-World Islands, Lu Yi holding a starry sky treasure, had spread everywhere. Yuan Sei and the others were in a constant state of panic, afraid that Lu Yi would use the treasure to attack their realms. If that happened, they would not be able to resist. Yuan Sei had almost died at Lu Ye's hands before, so he still had lingering fears. Therefore, they had been gathering in the Yuan realm for a period of time. Those people no longer hoped to reclaim the right to rule the Wanxiang Sea. They only hoped that the enmity between them and the Three-World Island would end here. In the future, they would live peacefully in their own realms, and the Three-World Island would not find trouble with them. Jiu Yan had to come because the Three-World Island had nominally worshipped her. It would be unreasonable if she did not show up when such a big change happened in the Wanxiang Sea. Secondly, Yuan Sei and the others also hoped that she could come and persuade them. Now that your sunshine, You don't have to call me senior anymore. Let's talk as peers. Jiao Yen suppressed her thoughts and spoke slowly. Thinking back, she had wanted to take Lu Yi in as a disciple and teach him some pointers. Who would have thought that he would have already advanced? This speed was simply too fast. Lu Yi blinked his eyes and readily accepted her advice. Senior martial sister, you must be tired from your journey. Please come in for a chat. As he spoke, he gestured with his hand. Jiao Yen nodded slightly and walked over. After stepping into the three-world island, he inadvertently glanced in the direction of the spirit jade mine. That was where Ma Bin was recuperating. Since that great battle, he had been staying on the three-world island and had not returned to the merfolk territory. Anyway, to him, it did not matter where he healed. It had been inconvenient before, but now it did not matter. After a short while, the host and guests took their seats in the guest hall. Jiao Yen glanced at Chu Xin. Get out. I have something to say to your brother. The corner of Chu Xin's eyes twitched. His mind was in a mess. Lu Yi was his brother, and the one speaking was his mother. Just now, his mother wanted to talk to his brother as equals. What kind of relationship was this? But since Jiao Yen had spoken, how could he dare to disobey? Moreover, he could also see that his mother didn't seem to have any intention of making things difficult for his elder brother. Thus, he felt a lot more at ease. After bowing, he winked at Lu Yi before withdrawing. The hall was silent for a moment. After a while, Jiao Yen suddenly spoke. You've got guts. The treasure isn't here. Aren't you afraid that I'll attack you and kill you? Senior martial sister, are you going to do that? Lu Yi looked at Jiao Yen. Do you think I won't? Lu Yi smiled. If senior martial sister wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have come here so openly. And even if senior martial sister did kill me, what good would it do you? To be honest, that treasure doesn't actually belong to me. So, even if someone kills me, that treasure will still be guarding the three-world island. Jiao Yen was surprised. That treasure doesn't belong to you? Lu Yi shook his head. That's the pet beast of a relative of mine. I only borrowed it for a while. Relative. Jiao Yen observed his expression and tone. She's probably your woman, isn't she? We're not married. We're not married. Lu Yi was a little embarrassed. Humph, Jiao Yen snorted. I was wondering why I didn't see any treasures on the three-world island. So that's why. Seniors should know about the merfolk tribe. Something happened to her in the past, and she's been cultivating there. She only came out of seclusion this time. The cultivators from Che Ling realm who were stationed on the three-world island had all been to the merfolk tribe's territory. Some of them even benefited from the conch palace. So Jiao Yen wasn't completely ignorant of the merfolk tribe situation. Jiao Yen clearly didn't want to talk about this. She changed the topic. Now that the three-world island controls the omniscient sea, what plans do you have for the future? Lu Yi asked, senior martial sister, do you have any good suggestions? Jiao Yan's tone was strange. Don't go too far. I'm the omniscient Hikari. Our galaxy suffered the greatest loss in this chaos. I didn't make an enemy out of you because of Shen Er. How dare you ask for my opinion? Do you really think I'm the omniscient Hikari? Lu Ye's expression was bitter. Senior martial sister, please don't blame me. I'm just at a loss for what to do after suddenly ascending to such a high position. Senior martial sister, you know that the cultivators of the three-world island all come from remote places. That place hasn't even had a Hikari before. This time, I was lucky enough to gain the recognition of many fellow cultivators and gain control of the omniscient sea. However, the foundation of the three-world island is weak. Now we only have 3 Hikari and they've all just ascended. They don't have much experience and haven't experienced much. So when senior martial sister asked me about my plans, I really don't know what to say. He looked so miserable. If someone who didn't know better heard him, they might actually believe him. But after thinking about it carefully Everything he said was true. But when put together, it felt a little strange. "Isn't there still Ma Bin?" Jiu Yan asked slowly. When Ma Bin was mentioned, she suddenly became angry. She snorted. "The Azure Demon King is famous in the universe. With a mainstay like him, what are you worried about?" She had been on the three-world island all this time. She didn't realize the relationship between the three-world island and Ma Bin at all. She even hid him in the mermaid territory. Senior Ma Bin hasn't recovered from his injuries yet. Moreover, the Azure Demon King is notorious. It's not a problem to ask him to kill people, but he can't manage a treasure like the omniscient sea. Lu Yi looked distressed. Suddenly, his expression changed. He looked up at Jiu Yan. "Senior Martial Sister, why don't you help me?" Jiu Yan was stunned. She stared at Lu Yi. After a long while, she said, "Do you want to hear what you're saying?" She came here to see the changes in the omniscient sea with her own eyes. Secondly, she was entrusted by Yuan Sei and the others. After all, it was the Hikari of the galaxy. She couldn't ignore Yuan Sei and the others, even if she was extremely unwilling. She didn't expect Lu Yi to make such a suggestion. With her status as the omniscient Hikari, it was destined that she wouldn't have any close ties with the three-world island in the future, let alone help Lu Yi manage the omniscient sea. In her opinion, Lu Ye's suggestion was simply unrealistic. Lu Yi didn't seem to notice. She picked up the teacup beside her and took a sip. Then she said slowly, "The omniscient sea is the largest top spiritual island in the omniscient sea. It's also the symbol of the omniscient sea. In the previous battle, the people on the omniscient island were plunged into misery and suffering. Now, there are many things waiting to be done. This is the loss of the omniscient sea and the entire universe. Although there are a few other spiritual islands, like the three-world island on the omniscient sea, without the omniscient island, the flow of many goods will not be smooth. This is extremely detrimental to the development of the omniscient sea. If Senior Martial Sister is willing, I can let you manage the omniscient island. With your status, you can completely rebuild the omniscient Chamber of Commerce." Rebuild the omniscient Chamber of Commerce? Jiu Yan's expression changed. "Yes," Lu Yi nodded. "The omniscient Chamber of Commerce has existed for so many years. It has many channels and connections that belong solely to it. This is something that no other force can compare with. Because of the previous incident, the omniscient Chamber of Commerce only exists in name. However, if Senior Martial Sister is willing to step forward at this time, with your background and strength, the omniscient Chamber of Commerce can be easily rebuilt." Jiu Yan remained silent. She had to admit that Lu Ye's suggestion was very tempting. An expert like her had no interest in external things, and she didn't care about the survival of a Chamber of Commerce. However, if she could take back the omniscient island from Lu Yi, it would be beneficial for her. Firstly, the omniscient island had the largest spiritual jade vein in the entire omniscient sea. She could cultivate there. Secondly, taking back the omniscient island would also restore the omniscient galaxy's reputation. Although they would lose the right to rule the entire omniscient sea, at least they would still be able to control the omniscient island. Thirdly, the omniscient Chamber of Commerce brought in enormous profits every year. It would be extremely beneficial for the future development of cultivators in the galaxy. The omniscient Chamber of Commerce had indeed lost a lot of resources and personnel in this incident, but its foundation was still there. As long as she spread the word, the major realms in the galaxy would definitely support her. Rebuilding the omniscient Chamber of Commerce would be a piece of cake. This was her unique advantage. No one else would be able to do the same. Jiu Yan glanced at Lu Yi, then recalled his pitiful act from before. She suddenly realized something. "You've been planning this for a long time?" Lu Ye's expression was solemn. "Senior Martial Sister, you've misunderstood me. I only came up with this idea on the spur of the moment." "Huh." Jiu Yan chuckled. She naturally didn't believe his nonsense. How could such a thing be decided on the spur of the moment? He must have thought it through long ago. It could even be said that Lu Yi had been waiting for her all this time. You are willing to part with it? Jiu Yan asked Lu Yi. This was the Omniscient Island, the symbol of the omniscient sea. It was inconceivable that Lu Yi would be willing to give it to her. Lu Yi said, "The Omniscient Island is indeed precious, but it depends on who has it. If it was in the hands of the Three Realms Island, it would be a top spiritual island. However, in the hands of Senior Sister, it is the symbol of the omniscient sea." Rebuilding the omniscient Chamber of Commerce wasn't something that could be solved by force. There were too many things involved. Only someone like Jiu Yan, who came from the galaxy, could quickly grasp the channels and connections left behind by the omniscient Chamber of Commerce. End of chapter. Chapter 2012. The Three-World Island was undoubtedly the one that benefited the most from the chaos in the Myriad Sea. Now, it had obtained the recognition of the various galaxies, and it was nominally in charge of the Myriad Sea. It was the well-deserved owner of this treasured land. Not only that, but the Wanxiang Island, Purple Jade Island, and Winged Sky Island had also fallen into the Three-World Island hands. A single faction controlling 4 top-tier spiritual islands at the same time was something that had never happened in the history of the Wanxiang Sea. However, the cultivators of the Three-World Island could not take over so many territories. Under such circumstances, it was undoubtedly a good choice to let Jiu Yan manage the Wanxiang Island. First, it would reduce the pressure on the Three-World Island, and second, Jiu Yan could quickly rebuild the Wanxiang Chamber of Commerce. Once Jiu Yan joined the alliance, the remaining sunshine of the Wanxiang Galaxy would not be a threat. Because of these considerations, Lu Yi had been waiting for Jiu Yan's return. Jiu Yan was surprised by Lu Ye's suggestion, but she could not refuse. If she was alone, she would not have to think so much. However, she was not alone. After a moment of silence, Jiu Yan suddenly said, "What are your conditions? What are your conditions?" Lu Yi was not willing to give the Wanxiang Island to her for free. After all, he was not alone. He had a faction behind him. At this moment, the conversation between the two of them was based on their personal friendship. It was a negotiation between two major forces, so there were some things that had to be said clearly. It's very simple. Lu Yi put down his teacup. The Three-World Island will take half of the Wanxiang Chamber of Commerce's net income. The other half will be yours. Even if it was only half of the net income, it was still much more than the total income of the Three-World Island. This was the advantage that the Wanxiang Chamber of Commerce had accumulated over countless years. It was not something that the Three-World Island could easily replace. It's reasonable. Jiu Yan nodded. She was not surprised by this condition. In fact, Lu Ye's condition was very generous. Also, Lu Yi changed the topic. "I want Yuan Sei's fire gourd. As long as he is willing to give it to me, all our previous grudges can be written off." Yuan Du, the instigator, was dead. The other sunshine of the Wanxiang Galaxy did not have much conflict with him. Lu Yi did not want to kill them all. However, Yuan Sei and Yuan Du were related after all. Moreover, after the Formless Palace left that day, Yuan Sei still tried to attack him. This debt naturally had to be settled. The strange fire contained within the fire gourd was something that even the talent tree was interested in. If it could devour it, it would definitely increase the talent tree's fuel reserves. Moreover, the fire gourd itself was a treasure. The fire gourd, Jiu Yan murmured. That's the origin world's treasure. It's more important than his life. If you want it, Yuan Sei won't compromise. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows and said, "Isn't he afraid that I'll kill my way into the Yuan realm?" That's why they've all gathered in the Yuan realm to keep themselves warm. It's all to guard against you. After your supreme treasure's power is depleted, it needs to devour the Myriad Elephant Sea's water to replenish it. Once it leaves the Myriad Elephant Sea, its effectiveness will be greatly reduced. This is no secret. Lu Yi pondered briefly when he heard this, and then he said, "Then forget it. We'll drop this matter for now." He was determined to get the fire gourd. The strange fire contained within the treasure was useful to the talent tree. Moreover, Lu Yi wanted to know what benefits would come from collecting all 7 treasure gourds. Since Jiu Yan said that Yuan Sei wouldn't compromise, he wouldn't alert the enemy. When he had the chance in the future, he would personally go to the Yuan realm and have a good talk with Yuan Sei. Jiu Yan looked at him deeply. She obviously saw through his intentions. She wanted to persuade him, but in the end, she just sighed and didn't say anything. Senior sister, when do you plan to start rebuilding the Myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce? Lu Yi asked. I'll do it as soon as possible. Jiu Yan stood up and walked out. Lu Yi hurriedly stood up to send her off. When they reached the door, Jiu Yan suddenly turned to look at him. In the previous battle, Yuan Du, Gu Shi, and Qin Xuanba were killed by the Formless Palace. The Myriad Elephant Galaxy and the Formless Palace are irreconcilable enemies. Junior brother, if you find any clues about the Formless Palace in the future, remember to tell me. Lu Yi blinked and nodded. Of course. You don't have to send me off. Jiu Yan flew into the sky as soon as she finished speaking. Lu Yi watched her figure disappear from his sight. He sighed in his heart. After all, she was a veteran Rizhao. With one sentence, she reduced the grievances between the Myriad Elephant Galaxy and the Myriad Elephant Galaxy into a small matter. No one saw who killed Yuan Du, Gu Shi, and Chen Xuanba because when Lu Yi killed them, it was all in the Blood Sea. At that time, the Formless Palace had just invaded and the entire Wanxiang Sea was in chaos. Although no one saw it with their own eyes, the Rizhao of the Myriad Elephant Galaxy knew who killed the 3 of them. Knowing was one thing, but whether or not they had the ability to take revenge was another matter. Jiu Yan blamed the Formless Palace for these grievances with one sentence. She was undoubtedly trying to minimize the grievances between Lu Yi and the Myriad Elephant Galaxy. After all, she had already agreed to take over the Wanxiang Island. If these grievances were to be brought out in the open, it would be unavoidable in the future. It was different if she blamed the Formless Palace for the deaths of the 3 Rizhao. She believed that when this news spread, Yuan Sei and the others would not stand up to refute it. They would only do their best to cover it up. To the current Wanxiang Galaxy, they had indeed lost their rule over the Wanxiang Sea, but at least they still had half of the Wanxiang Island's profits. Although Jiu Yan might have to take a share of this half of the profits as the loser of the battle, this result was barely acceptable. The matter of the Wanxiang Sea had been settled. It was time to return to the 9 states. Zi Xian and the other demon venerable experts had led the troops to the 9 states. Calculating the time, they should not have arrived yet. However, whether it was the 9 states or Jade Kong, they had never experienced a war of this level. After all, they needed some time to prepare. Therefore, he had to rush back in advance to make arrangements. But before that, with a soft bang, Lu Yi pressed one hand against the wall and forced Hua Ci to the corner of the room. He was half a head taller than Hua Ci. With such a posture, he was close to her and looked down on her. Hua Ci covered her chest with both hands. Her bright and beautiful eyes flashed with a faint golden light. Her temperament was noble and awe-inspiring, but her face was filled with panic and confusion. "What are you doing? I am your elder sister." Ever since that day when they exchanged a few words, she had been referring to herself as his elder sister. Okay. You want to play like this now, right? Lu Yi raised his other hand and gently hooked her smooth chin. Their eyes met and their breaths mingled. Hua Ci quickly tilted her head and panted heavily. Her face was filled with resistance. "No, interesting." Lu Yi laughed heartily. Deep in his heart, Hua Ci was like a spiritual fruit that Lu Yi had never seen before. She emitted a tempting aroma that made him want to swallow her whole. Especially after this round of closed-door cultivation, Hua Ci's temperament had changed greatly. She used to be gentle and kind, but now she gave off a noble and inviolable feeling of holiness. Her unique temperament and her current posture created an intense visual conflict, giving Lu Yi a very novel feeling. He could be sure of one thing. Hua Xiai did not lose her memory at all. This was actually very easy to confirm. If there was anyone in the world who was most familiar with Hua Xiai, it was none other than him. No matter how good her disguise was, there were still some details that were not well hidden. There's nothing you can't do. Don't resist. Lu Yi pinched Hua Xi's chin and forced Hua Xi's head to face her. Under Hua Xi's watery eyes, Lu Yi bent down slightly. This bad woman dared to tease him. He didn't have time before, but now that he had time, he naturally had to teach her a lesson and let her know what it meant to be the husband's subordinate. As the distance between them got closer and closer, Hua Xi's eyes were wide open. Tears even seeped out of her eyes. She looked like she was about to be humiliated but could not resist. Lu Yi felt great in his heart. Croak! Suddenly, a frog croak came from the side. Lu Yi paused. The next moment, he saw a flash of golden light from the corner of his eye. Oh no! He had just opened his mouth and did not even have time to dodge. His whole body was hit by the golden light. In an instant, his magic power was sealed and his body stiffened. In front of him, Hua Xiai, who was on the verge of tears, rolled her eyes. Her previous weakness was swept away, and the corners of her eyes curved. She raised a finger and pointed at Lu Ye's chest. Biting her red lips, she said, "You're having fun, aren't you? Little brother. Her other hand was twisting Lu Ye's waist vigorously. Lu Yi looked at her helplessly and whispered, "Didn't you play for so many days?" After personally experiencing the terrifying power of the Tri-Treasure Scepter, Lu Yi realized that this treasure was unbeatable. At present, he could not even speak except for the power of his divine sense. "I'm happy to." Hua Xiai raised her chin and looked at him sideways. "Just tell me, what did I do to offend you? Why do you have to torture me like this?" Lu Yi sighed. Recently, he had occasionally wondered how he had offended Hua Xiai, but no matter how hard he thought about it, he still couldn't figure it out. "How could I dare? How could I dare? You're the dignified island master of the three-world island, the current lord of the myriad ocean. You possess extraordinary talent, a dragon amongst men. You're so young and promising. No matter what you do, everything you do is right. How could you possibly have offended me? I'm just a little woman with no one to rely on. Even if I suffer, I can only silently hold back my tears and endure it." As she spoke, she actually covered her face and wept. Her sarcastic tone made Lu Yi more and more certain that he had offended her. A terrible thought surged in his heart, and his expression became a little guilty. Hua Xiai was still talking about her bitterness when Lu Yi suddenly interrupted her. "I'm going back to the 9 states." Hua Xi's voice stopped abruptly. She looked up at him and smiled. "How long has it been since we last met? You're already missing your Yuqing? Bad news." Sure enough, Lu Yi wished he could slap himself. During the years when Hua Xiai was sealed, he would occasionally visit her. Sometimes he would talk to Hua Xiai as if he was talking to himself. Perhaps it was because of the guilt in his heart, or perhaps it was because he wanted to stimulate Hua Xiai and make her wake up earlier. So he said a lot of things that he should not say, including Yuqing. Chapter 2013. From the looks of it, Hua Xiai did not lose consciousness during the time she was sealed. She must have heard everything he said. Lu Yi struggled a bit. What Yuqing? Hua Xi's beautiful eyes twinkled as she smiled. "Stop pretending." With a slight push of her magic power, she raised her hand and threw Lu Yi onto the bed. In an instant, Lu Ye's whole body was sprawled out on the bed. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Hua Xiai crawling up from the end of the bed and slowly approaching him like a cat. "What are you doing?" Lu Yi panicked. Although a moment ago, Hua Xi's various postures had aroused his appetite, now that he had switched between offense and defense, the feeling was completely different. lowering her body slightly. Hua Xiai gently drew circles on Lu Ye's chest and said leisurely, "Heartless man, you're dead!" Her delicate body bent down, her shadow covering the light. Lu Yi closed his eyes, his heart filled with humiliation, as expected of a starry sky supreme treasure. Even if the Talon Tree's power kept burning its power, it still took 4 days for Lu Yi to slowly regain his freedom. This level of sealing power was almost the same as the power of the Azura contract in the Azura field. It was absolutely not something a human could contend against. 3 days later, Lu Yi walked out with sunken eyes and a defeated expression. He could not stay in the Wanxiang Sea any longer. He had to hurry back to the 9 provinces. He really could not understand. Hua Xiai was clearly weaker than Su Yuqing. But why was her endurance so much better than Su Yuqing's in some aspects? Did this have nothing to do with strength? How could it have nothing to do with strength? "You're finally out." Tang Jun suddenly appeared in front of him with an impatient look. When he saw Lu Ye's appearance, he was shocked. "What happened to you?" Lu Ye's tone was mournful. "Something went wrong with my cultivation. It's nothing serious. What's the matter?" Old Tang glanced at him suspiciously before hurriedly saying, "Someone came from home." "Who came from home?" Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, then looked puzzled. "How did someone come from home?" "You'll know when you come and see." Moments later, Lu Yi followed Tang Jun into a secret chamber. Luan Xiaoa and he Baichuan were both here, one standing and one sitting. There was another person lying on the bed next to them. There was a bloody smell in the secret room, probably because someone was injured and had overflowed. Lu Yi stared at the bed with a puzzled expression. "Fellow Taoist Su?" He knew the injured cultivator on the bed. It was Su Yiming, whom he had interacted with in the Jade Conch world. Although they were not very familiar with each other, they had at least met a few times. "Why are you here? Who hurt you?" Lu Yi asked. Su Yiming smiled at Lu Yi and shook his head. "No one hurt me. This injury was caused when I was passing through the insect tunnel." "A passageway?" Lu Ye's expression changed. "Could it be the passageway between myriad manifestations and Jade Conch?" Su Yiming nodded. "It's passable, although it's not very stable." Lu Yi was overjoyed. This was like someone giving him a pillow when he was sleepy. He was still thinking about bringing Luan Xiao with him when he returned to 9 provinces to deal with the invasion of Purple Jade's demonic cultivators. However, Luan Xiao was already in the sunshine and could not be kept in the Little Flower realm. He was not sure if he could let her follow him through the Soul Clan's ancestral land. However, if the insect tunnel could be passed through, all the problems would be solved. "When did this happen?" Lu Yi hurriedly asked. "Not long ago. Cough, cough." Su Yiming coughed violently before he finished speaking. "Let me tell you." Luan Xiaoa patted his back and took over the conversation. After her explanation, Lu Yi slowly understood the changes on the insect tunnel. In fact, when he returned to 9 provinces last time, someone reported to him that there were some changes on the insect tunnel, and he personally went to check it out. Because Lu Yi and Tang Jun had experienced entering myriad manifestations through the insect tunnel, the corresponding position of the insect tunnel could be determined. However, they could not be sure if the insect tunnel could be stabilized or when it would be. Therefore, long ago, Lu Yi had asked the Jade Conch domain to send people to guard the entrance of the insect tunnel and monitor the changes on the insect tunnel at all times. All these years, Su Yiming had been in charge of this. The formation of the insect tunnel had many elements of chance and coincidence. It was not something that could be interfered with by humans, and not every insect tunnel could be passed through. In this vast starry sky, there would be new insect tunnels born every once in a while, and old insect tunnels would collapse. Therefore, after the insect tunnel was formed, it needed to be stable enough for people to pass through. If it was not stable enough, it would not work. This kind of thing depended on luck. Some insect tunnels were still chaotic after tens of thousands of years, and some were extremely stable when they were just formed. There was no pattern at all. No one could predict whether the insect tunnel connecting the Jade Conch domain to Myriad Manifestations Galaxy would be stable. They could only wait for the test of time. Not long ago, Su Yiming sensed that the insect tunnel had changed again. He immediately went in to investigate. He had done this a few times in the past. Normally, with Yu Yao's cultivation, there would be no problem as long as he did not stay for too long near the entrance of the insect tunnel. However, something unexpected happened this time. After Su Yiming entered the insect tunnel changed again. As a result, he got lost in the insect tunnel and could not find his way. He could only follow the insect tunnel and move forward. There were many dangers along the way. This was because an unstable insect tunnel would erupt with void turbulence. That was how Su Yiming got injured. The last time he encountered danger, he fainted. He did not know what happened after that. When he woke up again, he was already rescued. The people who saved him were a few Constellation Realm cultivators. He did not know which galaxy they came from, but they were quite kind. After Su Yiming woke up, he asked these people for some information. Only then did he know that he had unknowingly arrived at Myriad Manifestations Galaxy. He was surprised and delighted. He asked them to bring him to the Myriad Manifestations Sea and found the three-world island. Half a day ago, Su Yiming had just arrived at the three-world island. When they saw him, Luan Xiaoa and He Baichuan could not believe their eyes. Old Tang wanted to contact Lu Yi immediately, but there was no reply until Lu Yi suddenly appeared. Did anything happen in this galaxy? Lu Yi asked hurriedly, although he was sure that the Purple Jade demonic cultivator army had not arrived at Jade Conch. Since Su Yiming was here, he could ask about it. Su Yiming shook his head. Nothing happened. Everything is fine. However, I heard that there is a training field in the Nine Heavens realm. Even Constellation Realm cultivators can enter it to train. There are many mysteries and benefits. So many people from Jade Conch and Green Dawn Realm have brought their families to the Nine Heavens. The news spread quickly. However, there was no problem. Even if people from the other two realms came and went, it would not be a big burden to Little Nine. What happened? Su Yiming asked. Nothing. Don't worry and recuperate. Lu Yi comforted him. Su Yiming nodded and remembered something. By the way, please take good care of the little friends who escorted me here. Lu Yi said, Don't worry, we will not be rude. Su Yiming was left to recuperate while He Baichuan took care of him personally. Lu Yi brought Luan Xiaoa and Tang Jun out. After pondering for a while, Lu Yi turned to Tang Jun. Give them some spiritual jades and spiritual weapons. Don't be stingy. Give them more. Tang Jun said, I have contacted them before. They seem to want to join the three-world island. What do you think? You decide. Lu Yi was too lazy to worry about these trivial matters. If it was in the past, the three-world island would not accept cultivators from other galaxies. However, things were different now. The three-world island was the dominant force on the Vientiane Sea. There were not so many taboos. It was just a few Constellation Realm cultivators. Tang Jun nodded and went to deal with this matter. Lu Yi looked at Luan Xiaoa. Senior sister, follow me to check on the insect path. If there is no problem, we will return to the 9 states through it. Luan Xiaoa nodded. All right. However, junior brother, please wait for a moment. There is someone else who wants to come with us. Who? Luan Xiaoa smiled. You will know soon. Lu Yi was confused. They were returning to the Jade Conch Galaxy this time. It was only right to bring Luan Xiaoa back. After all, she was a sunshine and could be of great use. As for the others, Lu Yi did not plan to bring them. Now that the Vientiane Sea had just settled, the three-world island was already short of manpower. Hence, Lu Yi was not sure who was going back with them. However, Luan Xiaoa did not explain. She only sent out some messages. Soon, figures gathered from all directions. The first to arrive was the group of Yu Yao who had recently advanced on the Vientiane Sea. They were all from the Jade Conch galaxy. Then came the constellation realm cultivators. There were cultivators from all three realms, led by the group from the 9 states. The sect master, Master Yun Shuechu, eldest senior brother Feng Wujiang, giant armor, third senior brother Li Baxian, Nianyuesian, Yu Ji, Meng Jia, Jian Guhong. Looking at these familiar faces, Lu Yi did not know what to say. Tang Yifeng came forward and patted Lu Ye's shoulder. The matters of our homeland are not your problem alone. We have cultivated steadily on the Wanxiang Sea for so many years, and you have been at the front of many battles. We can't always let you do the work alone. We can also fight and fight. Feng Wujiang also smiled at Lu Yi. Little junior brother, you have foresight, but don't forget that there are people behind you. Jian Guhong stroked his sword and said in a low voice, "The sword is wailing. It has not tasted blood for a long time. I hope we can have a good battle this time." Li Baxian looked at this old senior's profound style and sighed. Looking at the many familiar faces and the light in their eyes, Lu Yi knew that he could not refuse this trip. Moreover, he knew that the 9 states cultivators were never flowers raised in a greenhouse. Every 9 states cultivator had experienced countless life and death situations and walked step by step to reach where they were today. Since they wanted to follow Lu Yi back to their homeland, it meant that they had disregarded life and death. "I understand." Lu Yi nodded. "Then please follow me back to our homeland and fight the foreign enemies. Those who dare invade our galaxy will not be able to return." "That's right." Tang Yifeng was greatly comforted. End of chapter. Chapter 2014. The cultivators of this galaxy weren't the only ones who wanted to return with Lu Yi and participate in the Battle of Jade Conch. Soon, he saw another group of people. Lu Yi was shocked to see the group of merfolk cultivators led by Yen Miao rushing over. "Grand Elder, why are you here?" "And Princess Yu." Following behind Yen Miao was the Mermaid Princess by Lu. The merfolk race didn't have many people to begin with, and they had even fewer people who could fight. There were almost 200 of them, including Yen Miao, who was the only sunshine in Yu Yao. Almost all of them had come. It could be said that the merfolk tribe had brought out all the elites who could fight. Only a small number of people from the constellation and below remained in the merfolk tribe's territory. "We're here to help," Yen Miao replied with a smile. "Junior martial brother, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Take us with you. There will be a surprise." Lu Yi didn't know what kind of surprise it would be, but if the merfolk race suffered any losses in such a great battle, he would be committing a grave sin. This was probably the last merfolk tribe in the universe. Lu Yi wanted to refuse immediately. It was only natural that this group of cultivators from the 3 realms would want to return with him. After all, Zixian had invaded their respective galaxies. However, the merfolk race was different. As if reading Lu Ye's mind, Yen Miao interrupted him before he could say anything. "Junior martial brother, you've done a great favor for our race. Now that there's a chance, please give us a chance to serve and repay your kindness, okay?" Bai Lu took a step forward and grabbed Lu Ye's arm tightly, not caring that her breasts were pressed against Lu Ye's body. "Senior martial brother, if you don't agree, I won't let go." Lu Ye's heart was as cold as ice and as calm as an ancient well. However, he suddenly sensed something and hurriedly turned to look in a certain direction. In that direction, Hua Xiai had appeared on the windowsill on the 2nd floor at some point. She leaned against the window with a radiant smile on her face, looking at him meaningfully. Lu Ye's legs softened, and he sighed. "Since everyone is so considerate, then I thank everyone in advance." Yen Miao didn't expect him to agree so easily. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, we won't disappoint you." Lu Yi discreetly pulled his arm out of Bai Lu's grasp and looked around. There were about 2,000 cultivators from the 3 realms and the merfolk tribe who would be returning to the solar system with him. Among them, there were only Wan Xiaoa and Yen Miao from the Sunshine Plain. There weren't many people from the Yao Plain either, about 40 in total. However, this was all that the three-world island could offer at the moment. In the end, they still needed some cultivators to stay behind and watch over the myriad elephant sea. The plan had to be changed. Little Flower Realm could not hold so many people. Open the warehouse and use the warships we captured before, Lu Yi ordered. There was no need to investigate the situation at the insect path. Since Su Yiming could come over, it meant that the insect path was passable. It was just not stable enough. With the protection of the warship, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Upon receiving the order, everyone immediately busied themselves. Three World Island had a large number of battleships, thanks to the gift from Purple Jade Island. During the war with Purple Jade had sent a fleet to attack Three World Island. In the end, Lu Yi single-handedly stopped them. Such a large fleet did not perform at all. After Purple Jade was defeated, only a small number of these battleships were taken away by Purple Jade cultivators. Most of them were left behind. Naturally, they became Three World Islands' spoils of war. They were not usually used, so they were sealed in a huge warehouse. Lu Yi didn't expect to use them one day. Half a day later, countless cultivators looked up. A huge central battleship stood in the sky above Three World Island, almost covering half of the island. Outside this central battleship, there were many tiger shark battleships protecting it. There were many of them. No one knew what had happened. However, judging by the actions of the Three World Island, it was obvious that a battle had broken out. Thus, many people were confused. The Three World Island had the final say in the 10,000 Elephant Sea. What kind of enemy could make them put on such a grand display? Rumors spread like wildfire. Soon, news that Three World Island was going to attack the Iyuan world spread. The news also quickly reached Jiyan. She was now overseeing the Myriad Elephant Island. She was very efficient and had already started rebuilding the Myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce. She immediately sent a message to Lu Yi to ask about the situation. She had already discussed everything with Lu Yi. If Lu Yi were to send troops to attack the Yuan world at this time, it would be too unkind. Lu Ye's explanation dispelled her doubts. Many cultivators in the central battleship carried out their duties. At Lu Ye's command, the huge battleship flew into the distance, followed closely by many tiger sharks. When the battleship left the Myriad Elephant Sea and showed no intention of heading to any of the Myriad Elephant Galaxy's realms, the previous rumors were dispelled. However, the news that Lu Yi had left with many cultivators from Three World Island could not be concealed. Even so, no one on the Myriad Elephant Sea dared to do anything. In front of the Myriad Elephant Sea and the Jade Conch Island, the huge fleet slowly arrived and stopped. On the central battleship, Lu Ye's figure appeared and flew toward the bug path. From afar, the huge bug path spun slowly like a whirlpool, giving off an indescribably strange aura. Lu Yi only needed a glance to know that this bug path was not stable enough. Lu Yi had passed through many bug paths over the years, so his knowledge and experience were naturally much greater than before. It was only in the process of gradually stabilizing, which was why Su Yiming could pass through it without any danger. However, in such a state, there were bound to be some unpredictable dangers. Su Yiming was not weak. His cultivation was at the late stage Yao realm. However, this cultivation level was not enough for him to pass through. Ordinary tiger shark battleships would not be able to withstand the invasion of the void turbulence in the bug path. In other words, apart from him, Luan Xiaoa and Yan Miao, who could force their way through this bug path, anyone else would be at risk. Fortunately, he had brought the central battleship with him this time. In terms of defensive strength, this weapon was not inferior to any Yu Yao and was much stronger than the tiger shark battleships. Therefore, as long as the central battleship's defenses were prepared, passing through the bug path would not be a problem. Moreover, he had a treasure that should be able to greatly reduce the risk of passing through the bug path. After carefully observing for a while, Lu Yi gave the order. Soon, the cultivators put away their respective tiger-shark battleships and gathered on the central battleship. After a while of preparation, the central battleship buzzed, and a bright light film covered the surface of the battleship. It was extremely solid. Under the premise of not caring about the consumption of spiritual jades, the two sunshine cultivators personally activated the battleship's defensive formation. It could be said that the central battleship's defensive strength had been raised to the limit. "Follow me." Lu Yi transmitted his voice and led the way into the bug path. The world spun and their vision changed. Unlike the normal stable bug path, entering this place was quite a bumpy feeling, as if they were sitting on a carriage that was speeding on a potholed road. From time to time, an inexplicable force would sweep past them. With his previous experience, Lu Yi naturally knew that it was the void turbulence. This thing was very dangerous. If one was swept in and could not resist it, it was easy to be injured or even lost. Lu Yi activated Sunshine's magic power to protect his body. When the turbulence swept over, it was blocked by his magic power. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the bug path was not that chaotic. In a truly chaotic place, the void turbulence's threat would be greater. His divine thought was greatly suppressed in this place. Fortunately, the central battleship followed him into the bug path and was not too far away. He could still sense the presence of the battleship. At the same time, his divine thought surged and led the way for the battleship. Along the way, in this place, time and space seemed to become blurry. At first, there was not much of a problem, but as they moved forward, the void turbulence's eruptions became more frequent. Although Lu Yi could still deal with it, for safety's sake, he still took out his treasure. It was an item that looked like white jade, like a lotus root. The void beast's core. This was his spoil of war in the reincarnation tree's world. When he and Tang Jun first fell into the bug path, they were able to escape because of this item's power. At that time, his constellation cultivation was unable to activate this item, so he could only borrow Tang Jun's power. Now it was not so troublesome. Sunshine's magic power was activated, and the void beast's core immediately rippled with layers of white light. The light spread in all directions like a small, invisible hand, calming the turbulence in the void turbulence. Lu Yi immediately felt his entire body relax. The void beast's core was indeed the right thing to use in this place. The path ahead was unobstructed. Jade, Conch Galaxy, beside the entrance of the bug path. A palace stood on a huge meteorite. This was the palace that Su Yiming had built. After all, he had been guarding this place all year round, so he needed a suitable place to cultivate. Building a palace did not take much effort. Yu Yao, like him, did not have many requirements for a living environment. A place to hide was enough. At this time, many people had gathered at the palace. The leader was the Jade Conch Galaxy's realm lord, Cho Wu. Han Dong, who had helped Lu Yi forge the scabbard of the Pan Mountain Saber, was also here. Other than them, there were two other Yu Yao gathered. Apart from them, there was also a group of constellation cultivators. These constellation cultivators were originally from Su Yiming's lineage. They followed him to guard this place and monitor the bug path. However, 10 days ago, Su Yiming's bug path disappeared. This was something that had never happened before. The constellation cultivators panicked and hurriedly sent a message to the Jade Conch Galaxy. The news was relayed by the cultivators and reached Cho Wu's ears in less than half a day. He hurriedly brought people to investigate personally. However, they did not find any clues. Now, they only knew that Su Yiming was trapped in the bug path. He should still be alive because the musical note imprint had not shattered. However, they could not contact him. This made them very anxious. "I think it's better for me to go." Han Dong volunteered. "Senior Marshal Brother Su isn't dead. He's probably trapped inside. Perhaps it's time for him to need help. Chapter 2015. No. Cho Wu hurriedly waved his hand to refuse. In terms of cultivation, Su Yiming was much stronger than Han Dong. If even he fell into the worm path, even if Han Dong really went in, it would not be a good thing. He could not let Han Dong take this risk. However, he could not leave Su Yiming alone. Judging from the current situation, Su Yiming must have encountered some trouble in the worm path. After thinking for a long time, Cho Wu finally calmed down. I'll go in myself. As soon as he said this, the few Yueyao hurriedly dissuaded him. Cho Wu was the realm lord and the most prestigious person in the entire Jade Conch domain. How could they let him do this? They all volunteered. There's no need to say more. Cho Wu's expression was firm. I've made up my mind. Besides, I have my own methods. I have a better chance of escaping than you guys going in. That's it, you guys stay outside. As he said this, he rushed towards the worm path in a flash. The few Yueyao from Jade Conch domain could not stop him in time. They could only watch as he rushed into the worm path. They were all nervous. Han Dong was even more anxious. However, in the next moment, Cho Wu, who had entered the worm path, actually flew back quickly. The few of them hurriedly went up to greet him. Before they could speak, they stared at the figure behind Cho Wu in shock. Fellow Taoist Lu. Han Dong recognized Lu Yi at a glance. Among the cultivators of Jade Conch domain, he had spent the most time with Lu Yi, and their friendship was the deepest. For a moment, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Otherwise, why would he see Lu Yi here? Fellow Taoists, how have you been? Lu Yi greeted everyone with a smile on his face. He was in a good mood after passing through the insect path so smoothly. This undoubtedly meant that from now on, there would be a stable passageway between all creations and Jade Conch that was barely passable. If the cultivators of this galaxy wanted to go to Vientiane, they would not have to wait for him to come back. This matter could be left to Luan Xiaoa to handle. The Void Beast Core also had to be given to her. With the help of this item, it would be easy for her to bring people through the worm path. A worm path connecting the home galaxy and the Vientiane Sea would be of great benefit to future development. Is it really, fellow Taoist Lu? Han Dong was extremely shocked. Why are you? Cho Wu hurriedly said, let's talk later. Let's get out of the way first. As he said this, he activated his magic power and swept everyone away. The group of people didn't know what was going on. They looked at Cho Wu as if he was hiding from something, but soon they knew what he was hiding from. A corner of the enormous worm tunnel that was spinning like a vortex appeared first, as if an evil dragon had poked its head out of its cave. Then a huge body appeared. The Yueyao of the Jade Conch realm were dumbfounded. No one had ever seen such a huge and imposing battleship. When such a battleship slowly sailed out of the insect passage, anyone who saw it for the first time couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. The battleship was filled with a destructive aura that made one's soul tremble. Just imagine if such a huge battleship suddenly descended upon the Jade Conch sector. Who would be able to stop it? Seeing their expressions, Lu Yi explained, "This is our own warship." Our own. The Yueyao of the Jade Conch realm were in a daze. Although they knew that the cultivators of the three realms had developed well in the Wansheng Sea, this could be seen from the large amounts of spiritual jades and cultivation resources that Lu Yi had brought back several times. However, no one knew the specifics. After all, Lu Yi was the only cultivator who had left the galaxy and returned after so many years, and Lu Yi rarely talked about it in detail. Now, they knew that their galaxy had developed well in the Wansheng Sea. They even had such a battleship. Even if they hadn't seen the world and didn't know the level of such a battleship, they could tell with a little judgment that such a battleship was not something that an ordinary force could possess. What surprised them even more was that a familiar aura rose from the interior of the battleship. Then a person rushed out and appeared in front of them in an instant. "Greetings, senior brothers and junior brothers." Cho Wu took a closer look and was delighted. "Junior sister Luan." His voice suddenly paused, and he looked surprised. Your cultivation! There was something wrong with Luan Xiao's aura. Compared to when she left that year, it was many times more profound and vast. Cho Wu's eyes widened instantly, and a thought uncontrollably emerged in his mind. Could it be Luan Xiao turned to look at Lu Yi? With junior brother Lu's help, I broke through to the Sunshine Realm more than a year ago. Sunshine. The few Yueyao of the Jade Conch boundary were all shocked by this news. Sunshine. That was a realm that they had been searching for many years, but they couldn't reach. Now, there was actually someone in their boundary who had reached this height. Good, good, good. Cho Wu was overjoyed. He looked at Luan Xiao with a gratified expression, and his eyes were a little moist. There's finally sunshine in our boundary. With the first, there would be a second one in the future. At this moment, he suddenly realized something and looked at Lu Yi. Fellow Taoist, you're also in the Sunshine Realm, right? Just now, when he entered the Worm Passage, he bumped into Lu Yi, who was walking toward him. He didn't have time to ask too much, and he didn't even notice the change in Lu Ye's aura. Now that he had a comparison, he suddenly realized. Lu Yi nodded. I just broke through. Fellow Taoist, you're amazing. Cho Wu sighed. Luan Xiao was able to break through to the Sunshine Realm because of the accumulation of many years of cultivation. Lu Yi was very young, but now he had surpassed her. In comparison, the old guys who had been cultivating for many years but still couldn't break through to the Sunshine Realm were not worth mentioning. As they spoke, the aura of another Sunshine Realm cultivator appeared and slowly swept over. Cho Wu looked at Miao Yen, who was standing beside Luan Xiao, in surprise. This is the great elder of the mermaid race, Miao Yen. Luan Xiao took the initiative to introduce her. She had a good relationship with Miao Yen. The reason why the two of them could break through to the Sunshine Realm was because they had spent many years together exploring and communicating. It could be said that after all these years, the two women were like sisters. Cho Wu and the others had naturally never heard of the mermaid race. But in front of Sunshine, no one dared to be negligent, and they all greeted him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Han Tong stepped forward and said, Fellow cultivator Lu, you've returned from the insect path. Does this mean that the insect path can be used again? Lu Yi nodded and said, It's barely enough, but it's quite risky. We'll talk about this in detail later. By the way, fellow cultivator Su Yiming is fine for the time being. You don't have to worry. He suffered some injuries while passing through the insect path and is now recuperating at the Wanxiang Sea. Everyone felt relieved when they heard this. They had gathered here because something had happened to Su Yiming. Now that they knew that he was recuperating at the Wanxiang Sea, they naturally didn't have to worry. Fellow cultivator Lu, why did you bring so many people back this time? Cho Wu keenly noticed that a large number of cultivators had gathered on the central warship. Did something happen at the Wanxiang Sea? Lu Yi said, The trouble at the Wanxiang Sea is not big. It's been resolved. Now it's our Jade Snail Galaxy that's in trouble. Cho Wu was puzzled. What trouble? He vaguely sensed that this trouble might not be small. Otherwise, Lu Yi and the others would not have made such a big fuss. Lu Yi thought for a moment and said, To be honest, the Nine Heavens is not called the Nine Heavens Realm, but the Nine Prefectures. However, because the Nine Prefectures is involved in a grudge from 10,000 years ago, we can't use the name of the Nine Heavens. Now, a force called the Zishuan Demonic Planet has received information about the Nine Prefectures. An army of 10 Suns demonic cultivators is on their way to invade. Although the name of the Nine Prefectures had not spread far and wide, the Zishuan Demonic Planet must have heard about it. Since that was the case, there was no need to hide anything from the cultivators of this galaxy. At the very least, they had the right to know where this grudge came from. The Three-World Island and the Zishuan Demonic Planet had a conflict at the Wanxiang Sea. The Zishuan Demonic Planet suffered great losses, so the other party is coming with ill intentions. I received the news from a certain channel, so I brought people back to help. Only then did Cho Wu and the others understand why Lu Yi brought back such a huge warship and so many cultivators on this trip. However, 10 sons? Cho Wu was shocked. His excitement from Luan Xiao's advancement to the sons vanished instantly. Among the people present, there were 3 sons, but the other side had 10. How could they fight? The Zixuan demonic planet. Are they very strong? Someone asked. Lu Yi nodded. Very strong. The Zixuan demonic planet is one of the top forces in the starry sky. They have long been famous in the starry sky. Compared to them, our jade conch is nothing. Everyone's expression became more and more serious. Luan Xiao said, the Zixuan demonic planet is indeed powerful, but there's no need to be too nervous. Something happened on this trip to the Wanxiang Sea. Junior brother Lu single-handedly killed 6 or 7 sons. Since we're back now, we naturally have a way to deal with it. As she spoke, she quietly glared at Lu Yi, telling him not to scare her senior brothers and junior brothers who had never seen the world. Killed 6 or 7 sons. Han Dong's eyes were about to pop out. Fellow Taoist Lu, didn't you say you just advanced? He had just advanced and was already so fierce. They were just happy that Luan Xiao had become the first sons in Jade Conch. Now, compared with Lu Ye's achievements, what was the difference? Cho Wu calmed down and looked at Lu Yi. Fellow Taoist, are we confident in dealing with the Zixuan invasion? Lu Yi nodded, full of confidence. We'll make sure they don't return. Seeing that he was so confident, everyone felt relieved. Cho Wu said, the 3 realms of our galaxy are bound together. If there's anything you need from our Jade Conch in this battle, just say it. We'll do it without hesitation. Lu Yi did not stand on ceremony. Then, I'd like to ask the Realm Master to immediately gather all the capable fighters in the Jade Conch sector. This battle will be the battle that will make our galaxy famous. I want to fight the Zixuan demonic planet to a draw. After this battle, no one will dare to offend our galaxy. Even though Lu Yi had said that the Zixuan demonic planet was a top force, it was difficult to feel the weight of a top force outside of the galaxy. Even so, everyone was excited by Lu Ye's words. Cho Wu immediately responded, I'll go back and arrange it. Where's the gathering place? Jutian? Zhuzhou? No. Lu Yi shook his head and looked in a direction. The Qingli Taoist World. Chapter 2016. It was not that Lu Yi wanted to place the battlefield in the Qingli Dao world, but if they followed his previous route into the Jade Conch galaxy, the Qingli Dao world would be the first to bear the brunt. This world was not far from the chaotic explosion zone. Although Zixian's target was the 9 states, if they rushed out of the chaotic explosion zone and found the Qingli Dao world, any one of Rizhao's attacks would be enough to destroy the Qingli Dao world. Of course, if they did not find it, or if they did not care, the Qingli Dao world would not be in any danger. But no one could guarantee this. Since that was the case, the battlefield had to be chosen before the Zixian army reached the Qingli Dao world. It would be best if they could block them at the exit of the chaotic explosion zone. Cho Wu left with a few Yu Yao from the Jade Conch galaxy, preparing to follow Lu Ye's instructions and return to their world to gather the cultivators who could fight. After a while, the central battleship changed direction and flew towards the Qingli Dao world. Lu Yi was alone and embarked on the journey back to the 9 states. This place was very close to the original Wushuang continent and was not far from the 9 states. With his current speed, he had crossed it in just half a day. Thinking back to the past, with the cultivation of the constellations, it would take months to rush here from the 9 states. Half a day later, Lu Yi stood in the vast starry sky, looking shocked and uncertain. He looked in front of him and frowned. Where was the 9 states? Where was the huge 9 states? And the blood-refining world? And the Fangsuan mountain? They had all disappeared without a trace. Knowing the way in the starry sky was a necessary survival skill for every cultivator, especially when the Jade Conch galaxy was the galaxy where he was born. It could be said that there were many stars nearby, and what their arrangement was, he could imagine it with his eyes closed. But the place where the 9 states used to be was now empty. Not only the 9 states, but the blood-refining world and the Fengsuan mountain were all gone. Lu Yi could not help but wonder if he had gone the wrong way. But thinking about it carefully, it was not very likely. Instead, he thought of another possibility. He immersed himself in his thoughts, raised his hand and pressed on his battlefield imprint, and said, "Little Nine, stop fooling around." "Hee hee, you found out." Little Nine's voice immediately came into his ears, obviously a little proud. Sure enough, Lu Yi knew that his guess was right. Back then, under the cover of the mysterious power of the supreme treasure, the Azura field, the vast Azura domain had never appeared in front of anyone for countless years. Anyone who entered the Azura domain and passed the test would directly appear in the heavenly Azura world. It was only when the Azura field closed that the true Azura domain was exposed. Now that Little Nine had obtained the Azura field's treasure, Lu Yi guessed that it should be able to display some similar abilities. Sure enough, he did not see the 9 provinces, not because he had taken the wrong path, but because this part of the galaxy had been concealed by Little Nine using the power of the Azura field. What he saw was all an illusion. The real starry sky was hidden in this illusion, and there were no flaws. Attribute treasures and supreme treasures couldn't be compared in terms of power. The mysterious power of the Azura field could cover the entire Azura domain, which was an enormous space formed by countless galaxies. Little Nine couldn't even cover the entire Jade Conch galaxy, but covering a region near the 9 provinces wasn't a problem. "Close your eyes." Little Nine's voice rang out again. Lu Yi closed his eyes helplessly. "Open your eyes." Little Nine ordered again. At the same time, Lu Yi clearly felt a mysterious power fall on his body. When he opened his eyes again, the scene before him changed drastically. The 9 provinces appeared in his field of vision again, and beside it was the blood-smelting world. "Is it fun?" Little Nine said happily. "In the future, without my permission, no one can enter the 9 provinces. If it had obtained this method earlier, Black Cloud wouldn't have been able to find the 9 provinces back then. But it was also helpless. When Lu Yi returned with the Azura field treasure, Black Cloud had already entered the 9 provinces. It was not too late now. Now that the 9 provinces was covered by the power of the Azura field treasure, it would be difficult to encounter too much danger in the future. Unfortunately, he couldn't guarantee that the Zixian army would come straight to the 9 provinces and not disturb the Qingli Dao world. If he could guarantee this, he could completely place the battlefield on the 9 provinces side. Think about it, if the Zixian army followed the route given by Black Cloud but couldn't find the 9 provinces, the scene would be hilarious. With the power of the Azura field treasure, Little Nine could completely divide the battlefield into different spaces. It probably couldn't support the sunshine level, but under the sunshine level, it could create a geographical advantage for the cultivators of the 3 realms and greatly reduce the risk of the cultivators of the 3 realms. Suppressing this thought, Lu Yi said, "Little Nine, in my name, summon the constellations of the 9 provinces that can fight." "What's wrong?" Little Nine was shocked. "There's going to be a fight." Lu Yi said it casually, but Little Nine still felt that the scene this time was not ordinary. Asking Little Nine to help summon the constellations of the 9 provinces, Lu Yi didn't return to the 9 provinces, but went directly to the Fengsuan mountain. After a short while on the Immortal Spirit Peak for figures gathered. Su Yuqing, Chen Xianhai, Wu Qima, and Dong Fong, the 3 sunshine cultivators gathered here. After confirming that Lu Yi had become a sunshine cultivator, they all congratulated him. After some small talk, Lu Yi stated his purpose. Chun Xianhai understood. Zixian's 10 demon lords are attacking. You want to summon the sunshine cultivators of the south and west to help? Yes. Lu Yi nodded. Including me, there are only 3 sunshine cultivators from the 3 realms island, and all of them have just become sunshine cultivators. I'm afraid they won't be able to deal with Zixian, so I'll have to ask the senior brothers and sisters of Mount Fengsuan to help." Qin Xianhai smiled. "That's not a problem. Now that you're the master of Mount Fengsuan, the East will support you. The South and West won't refuse either. Then I'll have to trouble you, senior brother Qin." "Leave it to me." Qin Xianhai nodded. In the past, the humanoid race rarely participated in the battles of other races. They basically didn't have any grudges with other races. The only enemy of the entire race was the blood race. But the situation was different now. Lu Yi had refined the core of Mount Fengsuan and was the master of Mount Fengsuan. He was bound to Mount Fengsuan for good or ill. Moreover, Lu Yi was the successor of the Tao tree. His future was limitless, and he had become a sunshine cultivator in such a short time. Naturally, he was worth following. He and Su Yuqing were also Tao companions. It could be said that Lu Ye's matters were Mount Fengsuan's matters. So when Lu Yi mentioned it, Qin Xianhai agreed without hesitation. "Thank you, senior brother Qin." Lu Yi thanked him. Then he remembered something. "Oh right, didn't we kill Zixian and He Yin? He appeared in the Wanxiang Sea again, and he's even stronger than before. Do the three of you know what's going on?" "The art of external incarnation," Su Yuqing said slowly. "But it's not an ordinary external incarnation. It should be a Dharma body. The one we killed previously was a Dharma body. The one you met in the Wanxiang Sea should be the real one, so he's even stronger. The art of external incarnation." Lu Yi felt like he had seen this information somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Seeing his confusion, Su Yuqing hesitated for a moment, then said, "In the path of cultivation, sunshine is the most important. Once you reach the peak of sunshine, you can't advance any further. But it's the natural instinct of cultivators to pursue breakthroughs. Therefore, before the time is right, some sunshine cultivators will use some special methods to prepare in advance. Dharma bodies are one of them. He Yun was able to condense a Dharma body, so he's undoubtedly a peak sunshine cultivator." Following her explanation, Lu Yi suddenly remembered where he had seen records of the art of external incarnation. It was in the ocean tower of the heavenly Azura clan. There was a record of it in a tattered jade slip. It was similar to Su Yuqing's explanation, something about not being able to solve the problem at the root, and the art of external incarnation. "Other than that, is there any other art of inner core?" Lu Yi asked. This was the information recorded in the jade slip. "Yes." Su Yuqing nodded. Suddenly she blushed. "I used the art of inner core." Lu Yi blinked. He suddenly remembered that Su Yuqing gave him something that looked like an inner core and asked him to cultivate it so that he could qualify to participate in the Blackpool Martial Arts exhibition. In the end, the inner core entered his body and was refined by the talent tree. It allowed his strength to increase significantly in a short period of time. Su Yuqing realized that she wanted to retrieve her inner core. That's why they had physical contact. The sound of a sword rang. Lu Ye's thoughts were interrupted. He turned his head and saw Qin Xianhai wielding his rune sword. "This is my method. Junior brother Lu, you have extraordinary aptitude. Sooner or later, you will reach this step. However, no matter what method you use, it's actually storing the cultivation that you have cultivated but can't increase anymore." Lu Yi suddenly understood. Whether it was the Dharmakaya, inner core, or Qin Xuanhai's rune sword, they were all the helpless actions of cultivators who had reached the peak but couldn't increase their cultivation. It was the storage of their own cultivation. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at Wu Qima. He wanted to know what this senior brother Wu's method was. Wu Qima's face darkened. "I haven't reached that step yet. I'll tell you when I reach that step." Lu Yi understood. It seemed that in terms of cultivation, Su Yuqing and Qin Xianhai had both reached their own limits. They were much stronger than Wu Qima. He didn't ask any more questions. He had been aware of this for a long time. Some things could be seen clearly when one stood at a certain height. I'll have to trouble Senior Brother Chun with the southern and western matters. I have to go out for a trip. I'll be back in a day. Lu Yi stood up. Do you want me to go with you? Su Yuqing asked. No need. I'm just going to find reinforcements. Lu Yi waved his hand and soared into the sky. Find reinforcements. Chen Xianhai looked puzzled. What kind of reinforcements could there be in this starry sky? If Lu Yi wanted to return in a day, he wouldn't go too far. Moreover, reinforcements that could play a role in the battle against Zixian's army were not easy to find. According to the information Lu Yi had received, Zixian had 10 demon venerables coming. The size of the army was unknown. Fangsuan Mountain could handle these 10 demon venerables. In this way, the 3 sunshine of the 3-world island could do whatever they wanted. This battle was already half won. If Lu Yi could find some qualified reinforcements, Zixian would definitely lose this time. It seems that our junior brother, Lu, still has a trump card. Wu Qima rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He couldn't help but be curious about Lu Xian's mysterious actions. End of chapter. Chapter 2017. If the Battle of Wanxiangxi was the battle to make a name for 3-world island, then this battle against Zixian's invasion was the battle to make a name for themselves in Jade Snail Galaxy. With their current strength, they were indeed qualified to compete with the enemy, but Lu Yi didn't want to be an equal. He wanted Zixian's army to never return. To achieve this goal, there must be a prerequisite. Their strength was far greater than the enemy's, and they had the advantage of crushing the enemy. In this way, they could defeat the enemy in the shortest time possible, and at the same time avoid large-scale casualties on their side. Mount Fangsuan could send about 10 Rizhao, just enough to fight against Zixian's 10 demon venerables, but it still wasn't enough. Half a day later, Lu Yi appeared in the Soul Race's ancestral land. He went to visit Su Yuan as usual. When they met, Su Yuan saw him. Rizhao. It wasn't surprising because Lu Yi was already at the peak of Yu Yao when he came last time. It seemed that he could break through at any time. I was lucky. Lu Yi nodded. Since you've broken through, your problem is solved. Su Yuan was undoubtedly asking about the flower of qi. It's solved. That's good. Su Yuan looked relieved. After so many years of friendship, he had long regarded Lu Yi as a junior. Although Lu Yi wasn't from the Soul Race, no Soul Race member could be valued by the will of the ancestral land. After Rizhao, it's the cultivation of God. The first thing you need to do is to refine a soul-subduing secret technique. To a large extent, your future cultivation will be based on this. When you have time, I'll tell you more. He undoubtedly saw that Lu Yi had come for something else this time, so he asked, "What are you here for?" "My homeland is in trouble, so I'm here to ask for help." Lu Yi stated his purpose. "What's the matter?" Su Yuan asked. Lu Yi quickly explained the Zixian's attack. Su Yuan understood. "You want to ask the Soul Race to send some people, right?" "Yes." Lu Yi nodded. "No problem." Su Yuan agreed. If it were anyone else, the Soul Race would definitely ignore them. Their race was even more aloof from worldly affairs than the hominid race. Their living environment was special, so there was basically no possibility of conflict between them and other races. But since Lu Yi asked, they naturally wouldn't refuse. It wasn't the first time that the Soul Race had helped Lu Yi. Last time, when the Filth Race invaded. "How many people do you need?" Su Yuan asked. "The more, the better." For the time being, the only enemies he knew were Zixian and the other 10 demon venerables. As for the number of demon cultivators that came, he was not sure. However, He Yun had used the word army before, which meant that there were quite a number of demon cultivators. Su Yuan tapped his finger and pondered for a moment. Then he said, "Right now, the number of Rizhao that can be dispatched, including this old man, is about 10. Is that enough?" He did not mention under the sun, but since there were already 10 under the sun, the number of souls under the sun would definitely not be small. Enough! Lu Yi did not expect to be able to invite so many Spiritas from Rizhao. In his plan, he only needed 3 to 5 Spiritas from Rizhao. Now, with the addition of 10 Spiritas from Rizhao, Zixian would win this battle? The fact that Zixian and the other 10 demon venerables were dispatched showed that they attached great importance to the matter of 9 regions. However, they probably did not expect that they would kick an iron plate. Wait a moment. This old man needs some time to wake them up. Su Yuan said as he closed his eyes and his soul power flowed out. Normally, when there was nothing to do, the Spiritas would sleep on the lotus lands. The stronger the Spiritas, the more this was the case. Therefore, most of the time, the entire Spirita space would be very empty. Only a few Spiritas with low cultivation would often show themselves. Lu Yi stood quietly at the side and waited. After a while, powerful auras emerged from all over the soul race's ancestral land and gathered here. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, 10 more figures appeared in front of Lu Yi. All of them had deep soul power. Obviously, they were the Rizhao that Su Yuan mentioned before. However, the number was 1 more than what Su Yuan said. No matter who came, they all looked at Lu Yi with great interest. Obviously, they had all heard of him. Back then, a human had obtained the acknowledgement of the ancestral land's will, entered the ancestral land space, and obtained the rainbow god lotus from the lotus pond. The Spiritas had heard of it, even though Rizhao had been sleeping most of the time. In particular, this human even brought their own sacred beast to the soul race. He was more like the legendary successor of the Tao tree. The soul race had a long lifespan, and all of them were experienced and knowledgeable. How could they not know that such a character would have the potential to soar into the sky in the future? Therefore, even if their seniority and age were far higher than Lu Ye's, under the premise that Lu Yi had been promoted to Rizhao, they still called him fellow Taoist. Lu Yi greeted them one by one and thanked them sincerely. Not long after the 10 Rizhao arrived, groups of soul race cultivators from various lotus lands gathered here, and the number of people gradually increased. These little brats. Su Yuan looked at the clansmen who kept gathering here and couldn't help but laugh and scold. They've been cooped up for too long. It's rare for them to have a chance to go out, so they came here when they heard the news. One of the soul race, Rizhao, stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Let them be! Can we drive them back?" Su Yuan shook his head, helplessly. He didn't plan to gather so many clansmen just now, but since things had come to this, he could only let them be. The rules of the soul race were strict, and clansmen rarely had the chance to leave the ancestral land. Encountering such a chance, they naturally didn't want to miss it. Roar! Suddenly, a tiger's roar rang out. Lu Ye's heart trembled, and he hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a majestic, giant, white tiger flying in his direction. Wherever the white tiger passed, all the soul race cultivators stopped in unison and bowed respectfully, their brows filled with sincerity. On the white tiger's back, a figure sat upright and waved at him. Lu Yi. Behind the white tiger, there was a large group of soul race cultivators following closely. Lu Yi smiled and stepped forward to meet them. The figure on the white tiger also flew up and rushed towards Lu Yi. She threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. "I missed you so much." Yi's small face was buried in Lu Ye's chest, and her muffled voice sounded. She hugged Lu Yi even tighter, as if she never wanted to let go. Lu Yi hugged her soft body and patted her gently. Light flowed around Hupo's body, and he instantly turned into the size of a cat. He jumped up and landed on Lu Ye's shoulder, rubbing his head against his face. The surrounding soul race clansmen looked at this scene with complicated feelings. They had experienced how difficult it was to serve holy beasts over the years, and in their hearts, their race's holy beasts were sacred and inviolable. When had they ever seen a holy beast so docile? In his arms, Yi looked up at Lu Yi. "Did you miss me?" "I did." Lu Yi nodded. "Like hell you missed me." Yi angrily struggled out of Lu Ye's arms and put her hands on her waist, looking like she was very difficult to coax. "You haven't come to see us for a long time, and you didn't tell us such a big thing happened this time. If Elder Su Yuan hadn't summoned us, I was going to go," Lu Yi hurriedly explained. He did indeed have this thought, but considering that there might be some risks in the battle with Zixian this time, he dismissed this thought. However, he didn't expect that Su Yuan would summon Yi, and Hoop as well. "I won't listen, I won't listen." Yi covered her ears with both hands and turned her back to him. Lu Yi took a step forward, pulled her into his arms, and whispered in her ear. Yi rolled her eyes and glanced at him proudly. "You said it. You can't go back on your words." "I said it," Lu Yi nodded. Yi showed a satisfied expression. Lu Yi raised his head and looked ahead. Two figures were coming together. Fellow Taoist Li Shang. Lu Yi smiled and nodded. Li Shang was his first contact with the soul race. Back then, she was captured by a Rizhao and put up for auction in the Myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce. Lu Yi spent a lot of money to buy her, and in the future, the estrangement between them gradually disappeared and he gained her trust. Lu Ye's initial plan was to find a place for the immortal essence guards to stay, but he didn't expect that he would also gain great benefits by coincidence. "Long time no see," Li Shang replied with a smile. Lu Yi looked at the figure next to Li Shang. "City Lord, long time no see." This was the City Lord of Immortal Essence City, Zhang Zishan. Back then, all the Immortal Essence guards followed Li Shang and settled on her 5-colored lotus continent. Now, under Su Yuan's summons, everyone followed. Lu Yi saw many familiar figures behind Zhang Zishan: Yu Qing, Lu Datong, the butcher, the scholar, the blind fortune-teller, the gambler Lu Sanbao, Hongyu, and Shi Weining, who was holding a pipa and looked pitiful. These Immortal Essence guards had interacted with him in the past. Back then, they were not strong, but because of the uniqueness of Immortal Essence City, they could survive for a long time. But now, each of them had extraordinary soul power. The ancestral land of the soul race nurtured people, especially Li Shang's 5-colored lotus continent. The quality was not low, and it was most suitable for the Immortal Essence guards to live and cultivate. Over the years, each of them had made great progress. Zhang Zishan smiled and said, "The mission of the Immortal Essence guards is to protect 9 states. Now that 9 states is in trouble, what should the Immortal Essence guards do?" He looked at Lu Yi, but these words were directed at the Immortal Essence guards behind him. "Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Fight to the death!" Deafening shouts sounded in unison. Compared to the soul race, who had not experienced many disputes, the Immortal Essence guards, although there were not many of them, were a real iron-blooded army. In the past, in order to protect 9 states, they could take the initiative to give up their bodies, which showed their courage and courage. Now, it was time for them to contribute. This was the moment that every Immortal Essence guard longed for. Even the soul race couldn't help but be moved when they saw the scene. The shouts still echoed in their ears. Lu Ye's heart was surging. Looking at the Immortal Essence guards, who bowed and said, "It is the fortune of 9 states to have all of you. It is the fortune of all living beings in 9 states. Zhang Zishan returned the salute and said, "It is the greatest fortune of 9 states to have you." Su Yuan interrupted them. "It's time to go. If we don't go now, there will be more and more people." He didn't expect that this summons would make the entire ancestral land of the soul race so excited. If they continued to gather like this, the soul race could easily win this battle. End of this chapter. Chapter 2018. Moments later, in Jade Conch Galaxy, where the soul race's ancestral land was connected, several figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. They were the soul race's helpers. Lu Yi led the way to receive the incoming soul race clansmen. Su Yuan and the other Rizhao brought up the rear. More and more people came after an incense stick of time. When Su Yuan and the others appeared, no more Soul Race clansmen came. Those who wanted to come were stopped by Su Yuan. Lu Yi did a rough count. The Soul Race had sent 11 Rizhao, more than 100 Yu Yao, and thousands of Xingxiu. Compared to the Soul Race's overall foundation, this force was insignificant, but it was more than enough to deal with Zixian. Where do we go now? Su Yuan came to Lu Yi and asked, "Everyone, please follow me." Lu Yi called out and led the way. Yi rode over on Hupa and beckoned to Lu Yi. Lu Yi landed on Hupa and pulled Yi into his arms, talking and laughing with her. Su Yuan and the other Rizhao used their magic power to cover the entire Soul Race army. They did not slow down at all. Half a day later, they arrived at Minuscule Mountain. After Lu Ye's explanation, Su Yuan and the others realized that this ordinary-looking meteorite-like object in front of them was the famous Minuscule Mountain. They were shocked. Even with Su Yuan's long lifespan, he had never come into contact with Minuscule Mountain. He did not expect to have a chance this time. He was curious about the relationship between Lu Yi and Minuscule Mountain. The Soul Race army quickly entered Minuscule Mountain. Chan Xianhai and the other two sensed the commotion and hurriedly came to greet them. They were shocked to see that Lu Yi had summoned so many reinforcements. And these reinforcements were the legendary Soul Race. Both the minion race of Minuscule Mountain and the Soul Race were famous races in the universe. The minion race of Minuscule Mountain was not so bad. In the past, when the 3 divisions of Minuscule Mountain roamed the universe, others had some opportunities to come into contact with them. But the Soul Race was different. Many experts knew that the Soul Race had an ancestral land, but no one knew where it was or how to enter it. Usually it was rare to see a Soul Race clansman, much less this Soul Race army. Chan Xianhai and the others did not dare to delay and personally received Su Yuan and the others. There was much to be said when they met. Lu Yi had already arrived at the foot of the Immortal Spirit Peak, where a group of cultivators had gathered, led by his 3 blood servants. Previously, he had asked Little Nine to pass down an order in his name to gather the people who could fight in the 9 regions. The efficiency of Little Nine's side naturally did not need to be mentioned. In less than a day, except for some of the 9 regions' star mansions who were injured or unable to move, the rest were all here. Everyone was on high alert. They only knew that the 9 provinces was about to face the threat of an extremely powerful force. Life and death were imminent, and a great battle was about to erupt. Therefore, those who felt that they could participate didn't fall behind. It could be said that almost all of them came out. This courage and determination made Lu Yi feel gratified. The atmosphere of the 9 provinces was like this, so why would he be afraid of not becoming strong in the future? Lu Yi didn't stay for too long. He told them to stay put and wait for further orders before leaving again, returning to the Immortal Spirit Peak. The 3 Rizhao of the Hominid clan and the Rizhao of the Soul clan were chatting happily. Seeing his return, they all looked at him. Su Yuan asked, "When will the battle begin?" Lu Yi replied, "I still need to make some preparations." He looked at Chun Xianhai. "Have you informed the south and west?" Chun Xianhai nodded. "I've already informed them. There's no problem with the 2 divisions. As for how many people you need, you can tell them yourself. The formation has already been prepared. As the master of Mount Fengsuan, you can activate the formation much more easily than us." Su Yuqing stood up. "Follow me." Lu Yi hurriedly followed. After the 2 of them left, the Rizhao of the Soul clan slowly regained his senses. He looked at Qin Xianhai and asked, "Who did you say is the master of Mount Fengsuan?" The one who spoke suspected that he had heard wrongly. Since ancient times, Mount Fengsuan had always been the Mount Fengsuan of the Hominid clan. When Mount Fengsuan was mentioned, everyone would think of the Hominid clan. Why did he seem to have heard something incredible just now? Chun Xianhai smiled and said, Didn't junior brother Lu tell you? A few years ago, he helped our clan find the core of Mount Fengsuan and even refined it. Therefore, he is now the master of Mount Fengsuan. There's such a thing. Ri Zhao of the Soul Clan looked surprised, his heart trembling. Thinking about it carefully, Lu Yi was the successor of the Dao Tree and was valued by the will of the Soul Clan's ancestral land. Now he was even the master of Mount Fengsuan. Any one of these was enough to make a mediocre person soar into the sky. With all three, Su Yuan could not imagine how great Lu Ye's achievements would be in the future. It should be known that Mount Fengsuan was a supreme treasure of the universe. Although it had been split into 3 divisions, now that the core had been retrieved, the 3 divisions would be reunited sooner or later. When that time came, it would undoubtedly mean that Lu Yi had a supreme treasure of both offense and defense in his hands. In the entire universe, who could be his match? Only Su Yuan had a calm expression. This was because Lu Yi had used the Soul Clan's ancestral land to move the core of Mount Fengsuan. He had seen it with his own eyes. Lu Yi had already followed Su Yuqing to the prepared formation. Following Su Yuqing's guidance, he sat cross-legged on the formation and immersed himself in it. In the next moment, he felt an extremely strange feeling. It was as if he had turned into Mount Fengsuan. In the distance, in 2 different directions in the starry sky, there were 2 auras of the same origin that were approaching. One was near, the other was far. Lu Yi understood that these were the southern and western Mount Fengsuan. Under the guidance of the core, they were converging here. The near one was the southern one, and the far one was the western one. As the master of Mount Fengsuan, he could now freely mobilize the foundation of Mount Fengsuan. Using this to activate the formation, he could easily connect to the other 2 divisions. Not long after, he used the formation to establish contact with the other 2 divisions. After some discussion, he confirmed the number of cultivators coming to support him. The southern and western divisions were still very enthusiastic. They each prepared a large army, from the constellations to Ri Zhao. But Lu Yi considered that they already had enough troops for this battle. Thus, he only allowed Ri Zhao and Yu Yao to come to support him. As for the constellations, he did not need them. This level of military strength was already enough. The one who could truly decide victory or defeat on the battlefield was still Ri Zhao. Moreover, this kind of teleportation was also very draining. It was not only Lu Ye's strength that was depleted, but also the foundation of Mount Fengsuan itself. Fewer constellations coming over would also reduce the depletion of Mount Fengsuan's foundation. After a while, figures flashed above the formation. Ri Zhao and Yu Yao from the southern and western divisions appeared one after another. The 3 divisions of Mount Fengsuan each had a different number of Ri Zhao. Among them, the eastern division had the least, with only 3. The southern division had 4, led by the oldest Yuqing Lu. The western division had the most, with a total of 6. Back then, the one who escorted Lu Yi to the mystic blood magic eye was Zhang Kuan from the western division. In the entire Miniman tribe, there were 13 Ri Zhao. This was already quite a lot. And this was after Mount Fengsuan had split. If Mount Fengsuan had not split, there would be even more Ri Zhao. This time, when Lu Yi requested reinforcements, other than Yuqing Lu, who stayed behind to defend the southern division, the other 3 Ri Zhao came to the eastern division. It was the same for the western division. 5 Ri Zhao came directly, including the 3 from the eastern division. The Miniman tribe alone had 11 Ri Zhao. This was exactly the same number of Ri Zhao as the Soul tribe. Apart from that, about 50 Yao from the 2 divisions came each, about 100 people in total. That was enough. Zi Xian's army this time was unknown. But Lu Yi believed that with the manpower he had gathered, it was enough to crush the other side. This was because they had too much of an advantage in terms of Ri Zhao. As usual at Immortal Spirit Peak, the Ri Zhao gathered in the main hall. There were 22 of them. It was rare to see so many Ri Zhao gathered in one place. The only time Lu Yi had seen so many Ri Zhao gathered together was when he received the powerhouses from the various galaxies on the three-world island not long ago. But the situation back then was different from now. Junior brother Lu, everyone is here. Let's talk about the arrangements. Chun Xianhai looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi got up and bowed in a circle. Senior Yi, on behalf of the hundreds of millions of lives in the three major realms of our galaxy, I thank all of you for your support. With your support in this battle, the Zixian army will definitely not be able to return. Everyone smiled but did not say anything. But then again, Lu Yi was probably the only one in the world who could summon the full support of the Soul Tribe and the Mini-Man Tribe with a single call. Because of Lu Yi, the two tribes that were not supposed to have any interaction with each other had gathered here. According to the information I received, Zixian's army will follow a route to invade the Jade Snail Galaxy. Their destination is the 9 states, but on their way, they will pass by the Qingli Dao world. So my idea is to stop them before they reach the Qingli Dao world, to prevent them from causing trouble when they pass by. Everyone nodded when they heard this. This was a very thorough plan, and it was something they had to take precautions against. In the starry sky, Zixian's reputation was not bad, but it was not good either. The Qingli Dao world could not stop them. Lu Yi looked at the sunlight of the Mini-Man tribe. Now, the armies of the 9 states, the Mini-Man tribe, and the Soul tribe are gathered at Mount Fengsuan. If we rush over like this, it will take a lot of time. There are thousands of cultivators from the 3 realms waiting at the Qingli Dao world. So I want to drive Mount Fengsuan over and meet them directly. This will save the army time. Moreover, with Mount Fengsuan as support, if there is a battle, if they are injured, they can hide in Mount Fengsuan to heal and reduce casualties. Lu Yi had considered this before. Currently, in Fengsuan Mountain, there were less than 10,000 cultivators from the human clan, the Soul clan, and the humanoid clan in the 9 states. However, there was not much difference. Even the central battleship could not accommodate such a force. If they wanted to bring them to the Qingli Dao world, it would take a long time. However, if they drove Fengsuan Mountain directly, the situation would be different. It would save time and effort. End of chapter. Chapter 2019. Fengsuan Mountain itself had a strong concealment ability. If the cultivators of the 3 clans lay in ambush, they could completely catch Zixian off guard. It was precisely because of this consideration that Lu Yi wanted to drive Fengsuan Mountain over. In this world, only he could do this because he was the master of Fengsuan Mountain. Back then, he drove Fengsuan Mountain's core all the way back from the magic blood demon pupil. Now, although the core had merged with the east, it was still not a problem to drive. However, this matter still needed the support of the human clan. Chun Xianhai nodded and said, "Since you have thought about it, then do as you wish. We will cooperate fully." On the human clan side, Chun Xianhai had the highest prestige in the Southern Jade Clarity Tower. When he spoke, there was no doubt that he represented the entire human clan. The others would not have any objections. "Thank you, senior brother." After a while, Fengsuan Mountain, which had been lying outside the 9 states for many years, slowly moved. Its speed became faster and faster, heading straight for the green Li Dao world. Before leaving, Lu Yi transmitted a message to Little Nine, asking it to look after the home. Little Nine naturally agreed. The 9 states could be said to be defenseless now, except for a few dozen constellations that were left behind due to the severe injuries in the previous training. The others had all gathered at Fengsuan Mountain. But now the 9 states was covered by the Azura field treasure. As long as Little Nine was there, the 9 states would not be lost. This was also the reason why Lu Yi dared to pull the battlefield outside. He had no worries about the 9 states. In the blink of an eye, Fengsuan Mountain had arrived outside the green Li Dao world. Lu Yi saw the central warship that he brought back from the Wanxiang Sea. There seemed to be a lot of cultivators gathered there. When they met, the central warship also entered Fengsuan Mountain, along with the cultivators who returned from the Wanxiang Sea and the cultivators from the green Li Dao world led by Wu Zhuo. The Green Li Dao world's foundation had always been weak. At Yu Yao's level, only Wu Zhuo was there. The others were all constellations. Even so, after understanding the seriousness of this battle, Wu Zhuo still gathered all the constellations in the Green Li Dao world to participate. This was a battle that concerned the survival of the galaxy. No one dared to let down their guard. Before Lu Yi arrived with Fengcuan Mountain, Wu Zhuo had no confidence at all. After all, he had heard that Zixian was being led by the 10 Rizhao. How could Yu Kong fight against such an enemy? However, after entering Mount Inner Heart, Wu Zhuo was dumbfounded. All he saw were cultivators. There were plenty of constellations, plenty of moonjade, and even more than 20 auras of sunshine. He really couldn't figure out where Lu Yi had found so many helpers. Not only were there humans, but there were also humanoids and spiritlings. There were even the flower race, with spirit race and spore race. He even saw the legendary mermaid clan. For a moment, he was dazzled and his horizons were broadened. The flower race and the other 2 races didn't have many people. They had always lived in the flower realm, and the flower realm was attached to the 9 regions. In this battle, the cultivators of the 3 races took the initiative to volunteer, and Lu Yi didn't refuse. Although the cultivators of the 3 races didn't have high cultivation and weren't good at fighting, whether it was the flower race, the wood spirit race, or the spore race, they were all natural-born medical cultivators. Each of them had different methods to heal others. Naturally, they would be useful in a battle of this scale. Lu Ye's orders were to stay in Mount Inner Heart and wait for the cultivators on his side to return. If needed, they would help heal others. The cultivators of the 3 races immediately agreed. The allied forces of the 7 races already numbered more than 10,000. They were all at the constellation level and above. This didn't include the cultivators of Yu Kong realm. The people of Yu Kong realm hadn't arrived yet. They would need some time, but they should be able to gather here soon. There was no sign of the enemy. Lu Yi didn't wait in place. Instead, he continued to drive Mount Inner Heart forward. He only stopped when he was close to the chaotic explosion zone and made arrangements. The route from the Wanxiang Sea to the 9 regions was a dead end. He Yun only knew this route. Therefore, if Zixian's army attacked, they would definitely be able to stop them near this position. Calculating the time, if Zixian's army really attacked, it shouldn't be too far away. In Mount Inner Heart, the cultivators of the various races got along harmoniously. They were familiar with each other and looked for their comrades. Instead, Yan Miao of the Mermaid Clan found Lu Yi and had a chat with him. "You want to take a drop of blood essence from all the cultivators? Why is that?" Lu Yi looked at Yan Miao in confusion. Yan Miao, however, was mysterious. "You'll know when the time comes. However, it's definitely not a bad thing. This is a secret of our clan." Lu Yi naturally believed that Yan Miao wouldn't do anything bad with the blood essence. After being together for so many years, he still trusted Yan Miao. He immediately nodded and said, "No problem. I'll pass down the order. You just have to collect it." After giving the order, Lu Ye's side took the lead and allowed Yan Miao to take a drop of blood essence. The Mermaid Clan became busy. All of their clansmen were running around as if they were preparing for something. After waiting for a few more days, the cultivators of the Jade Kong tribe arrived under the leadership of Chou Wu. However, there was still no trace of Zixian's beast cultivators. This made Lu Yi wonder if He Yin was bluffing at that time. However, when he thought about it carefully, He Yun didn't need to bluff at all in the situation at that time. Moreover, Zixian's army was sent over from a long distance away. It was normal for them to be delayed by some things. Waiting around was not a solution. Lu Yi found Chen Xianhai and Su Yuan and asked them to stay behind and guard the place while he prepared to explore the chaotic explosion zone. With his current cultivation base and the help of the divine patterns, it wasn't difficult for him to hide himself. As long as he was careful, he shouldn't be discovered. Chun Xianhai and Su Yuan naturally didn't have any objections. They only reminded him to be careful. After everything was ready, Lu Yi was about to set off immediately. However, before he could set off, the musical note vibrated. He quickly picked up the musical note and looked at it. After reading the message clearly, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The message was sent by a member of the humanoid clan, Rizhao. He was ordered by Lu Yi to monitor the situation further ahead. Just a moment ago, he made some discoveries. However, this discovery was extremely surprising to Lu Yi. Without any delay, he hurriedly left Fengcun Mountain and flew forward. Not long after, two figures appeared in front of him. One of them was Rizhao from the dwarf clan who had sent the message, and the other was a charming woman. Lu Yi stood still and waited in place. After a short while, Rizhao and the woman arrived. Lu Yi smiled and saluted Senior Sister Qin. The person who came was none other than Qin Yi of the Beixian Galaxy. Beixian was a part of the Four-Way Galaxy. Other than Beixian, there were also Wu Ding, Deluo, and Jingyue galaxies. Because these four galaxies were adjacent to each other and had Rizhao overseeing them, they often interacted with each other. Back then, in the battle between the Four-Way Galaxy and the insect and blood races, Beixian lost a Rizhao called Chunzong, who was Qin Yi's Dao companion. In that battle, Lu Yi, as a constellation, killed the blood race member called by Jin, Rizhao, and avenged Chunzong. Qin Yi was very grateful for this. Before Lu Yi left the Four-Way Galaxy, she visited him in the middle of the night and gave him a token and some gifts. The gifts were some spiritual jades and a soul-type secret treasure. Although they were expensive, they weren't rare. However, the token was no small matter. With this token, Lu Yi could mobilize all Beixian cultivators on the Wanxiang Sea. Seeing the token was like seeing Qin Yi herself. This undoubtedly represented Qin Yi's gratitude to Lu Yi. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given him such a token. However, Lu Yi had never used this token. No one knew where he had put it. The past was like smoke. Who would have thought that they would meet again today? Qin Yi looked a little tired. She was a Rizhao, so for her to be like this meant that she didn't stop to rest at all. Moreover, she was rushing at full speed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have looked so tired. You're really a Rizhao? Qin Yi looked at Lu Yi in shock. Although she had heard about Lu Ye's recent situation from Rizhao, she still couldn't believe it until she saw it with her own eyes. What was Lu Ye's cultivation level when he left the Four-Way Galaxy? How long had it been since then? I just leveled up not long ago, Lu Yi replied with a smile. Qin Yi murmured, unbelievable. Just like in the past, when she heard that Lu Yi had killed Rizhao with the body of a constellation. Although Rizhao was frozen in place because of the dancer, killing an enemy who was 2 realms above him was indeed shocking. Although it was hard to believe, the truth was right in front of her. Lu Ye's aura and mana waves were indeed at the level of Rizhao. She quickly gathered her thoughts and said, Lu Yi, I'm here to deliver a message. Oh, Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. He had some guesses, but still asked, what's the situation? Qin Yi said, Jade Conch is in trouble. You have to leave quickly. Lu Yi looked up at Ri from the dwarf clan. Ri smiled. Just now, when he saw Qin Yi had said the same thing to him. Ri tried to find out the relationship between Qin Yi and Lu Yi, then sent a message to Lu Yi. You guys talk. I'll continue to monitor, he said, then turned around and went back the way he came. Thank you for your trouble, senior brother, Lu Yi called out to his back. You guys seem to have some deployment? Qin Yi frowned. She seemed to have realized something. Although I don't know why Jade Conch has one Rizhao. Even with you and me, it won't be enough. Hurry up and leave. Bring everyone you can bring. If you're late, you'll be in trouble. As far as she knew, Jade Conch shouldn't have Rizhao. Lu Yi leveled up was fine, but the one just now was not a newly promoted Rizhao. He was at least in the middle stage. Hearing her rush, Lu Ye's heart warmed. Just from this point alone, His rescue of the four-way galaxy was not in vain. Qin Yi was undoubtedly fulfilling her promise. She really saw Lu Yi as Beishuan's benefactor, which was why she rushed over to deliver the message. "What does senior sister know? Can you tell me?" Lu Yi asked. End of chapter. Chapter 2020. Seeing Lu Ye's calm demeanor, Qin Yi was extremely anxious. She glared at him angrily. "Do you know that the Zixian demonic planet wants to harm you? They're on their way and will arrive in a few days. Also, Zixian has sent 10 demon venerables this time. They're all Rizhao." 10. That's quite a lot. Lu Yi gestured with his hand. "Senior sister, please. Let's talk as we walk." Qin Yi looked at him. "Why aren't you anxious at all?" She didn't expect to meet Lu Yi this time. After all, in her opinion, Lu Yi was still in the Wanxiang Sea. There was no way he would appear in Jade Conch. She thought that after she came to report, the cultivators in Jade Conch would definitely panic. She was even prepared to personally go to the Nine Heavens realm where Lu Yi came from to help the cultivators there evacuate. Although her strength was limited, at least she had to bring Lu Ye's family out of Nine Heavens to avoid this disaster. "There's no use being anxious." Lu Yi smiled and led Qin Yi forward. "Senior sister, please tell me more." Before this, he actually thought of a possibility. Zixian's army would definitely pass through the Four Directions galaxy on the way to attack Jade Conch. Back then, He Yun was alone. He could still conceal himself and pass through the Four Directions galaxy without being discovered. However, it was different this time. With 10 Rizhao's army passing through, it was impossible for the Four Directions galaxy not to notice. From the standpoint of the Four Directions galaxy, they naturally wouldn't welcome such an external force entering their territory. However, the Zixian demonic planet was too famous. Even if the Four Directions galaxy didn't want to, they probably couldn't stop it. It could even be said that if Zixian forcefully recruited the cultivators from the Four Directions galaxy to join their army, they wouldn't have much room to resist. They could only endure the humiliation. This was the power of a top force. Ordinary forces couldn't compete with it. If such a situation really happened, then the friendship between Jade Conch and the Four Directions galaxy would come to an end, even if they were forced to do so. Out of Lu Ye's expectations, Qin Yi came to report first. I really don't know what you're thinking." Qin Yi looked at Lu Yi with disappointment. Even though he had been promoted to Sunshine in Qin Yi's impression, he was still the same Xingxiu from back then. She vaguely felt that Lu Yi did not understand the situation, so he could only tell her everything. Just as Lu Yi expected, when the Zixian army crossed the border, the Four Directions star system immediately noticed it. But after learning that the other party was a monster cultivator from the Zixian demon star, there was nothing they could do. His fist wasn't as big as the other parties. Even though this was his own territory, he couldn't be too forceful. Therefore, with Luo Xinghe, the realm lord of Daluo Galaxy, and Jiangshang, the realm lord of Unbounded Galaxy, as the leaders, several Rizhao from the 4 major galaxies gathered to meet Venerable Purple Jade to gather information. At the very least, they needed to know whether they were just passing by or targeting the 4-way star system. The process was not pleasant. Zixian was powerful, and unless they were from the same top forces, they would look down on anyone. The background of the 4-way galaxy was not strong, so of course they would look down on them. Although the process was unpleasant, Luo Xinghe, Jiangshang, and the others were relieved that Zixian's target was not the 4-way galaxy. However, they soon discovered a new problem, because Zixian's target was not the 4-way galaxy, but the Jade Conch galaxy where Lu Yi came from. This made Jiangshang and the others nervous. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Logically speaking, if Lu Yi hadn't turned the tide in the battle with the insect and blood races, the 4-way galaxy would have been in a terrible situation. Even if some of them were lucky enough to survive, they would have to wander the starry sky without a home. Under the Rizhao, they wouldn't be able to resist the insect and blood races of that scale. When the time came, the realm's foundation would be exhausted, and the living beings would be enslaved. Lu Yi had done the four-way galaxy a great favor in that battle. Before Lu Yi left, they had even announced to all the cultivators that Lu Yi was the benefactor of the four-way galaxy and would be their eternal friend. On the Wanxiang Sea, Lu Yi had taken care of the four-way galaxy. Now that they learned that Zi Xian's target was the Jade Conch galaxy, this news frightened everyone. They didn't know how the Jade Conch galaxy had become enemies with Zi Xian. The Wanxiang Sea was too far away, and it was inconvenient to transmit information. A lot of information had not been sent back, but it was definitely related to some conflict on the Wanxiang Sea. Otherwise, why would a colossus like Zi Xian target a remote place like the Jade Conch galaxy? Now, they had to decide how to deal with this matter. The four-way galaxy didn't have the ability and confidence to make an enemy of Zi Xian. If they left it alone, it would go against their principles. After a simple discussion, they finally came to a decision. The four-way galaxy would host a banquet in the unbounded realm to entertain the Zi Xian army in the name of being a good host. Qin Yi would take the opportunity to leave in advance and rush to the Jade Conch galaxy to report the news. At the same time, she also had a mission, which was to arrive in the realm of 9 heavens as soon as possible and take away all the people related to Lu Yi. This was the only thing the four-way galaxy could think of and do. They couldn't care about the lives of the people in the Jade Conch galaxy, and they didn't have the ability to do so. If they meddled too much and offended Zi Xian, the four-way galaxy would suffer. If Zi Xian could send troops to the Jade Conch galaxy today, she could attack the four-way galaxy another day. Therefore, the only thing they could guarantee was that Lu Ye's family and friends would be safe. This could be considered a small repayment for Lu Ye's great kindness in the past. In order to entertain the Zi Xian army, the four-way galaxy could be said to have paid a heavy price this time. This was because only by paying enough could they attract the Zi Xian beast cultivators' interest and make them stay for a while to achieve the goal of stalling for time. We won't be able to delay them for long. In 10 days at most, the Zi Xian army will definitely attack. Qin Yi's face was full of anxiety. This time, Zi Xian has 10 demon venerables, all of whom are sunshine. They have an army of over 10,000. I've observed for a while, and among them, Yu Yao alone has nearly 100. Such a force is more than enough to sweep across the four-way galaxy. How can the Jade Conch galaxy stop them? Lu Yi couldn't help but nod. He finally had accurate information about the Zi Xian army. Previously, he only knew that there were 10 demon venerables, but he didn't know how many beast cultivators there were. Thanks to Qin Yi's report, he was more confident about this battle. Are you listening? Qin Yi looked at him helplessly. I'm listening. As Lu Yi spoke, he raised his hand and waved, and an invisible barrier opened. Senior sister, please come in. Qin Yi looked at the meteorite in front of her, confused for a moment. However, she could vaguely sense a strange aura from the meteorite in front of her, and immediately understood that this meteorite was probably just a disguise. She immediately flashed into it, muttering, "What the hell are you doing?" As soon as she finished speaking, her vision blurred, and a vigorous aura of a realm rushed towards her. This aura was deeper and more profound than any other realm she had encountered before. This is... Qin Yi was stunned. It was indeed as she had thought. The meteorite was just a disguise on the surface, and the truth was that it was actually a realm. A treasure that she had only heard of in legends involuntarily appeared in her mind. It was so similar to what she had just experienced. She blurted out, "What does this have to do with Mount Fongsuan?" Lu Yi smiled and said, "Senior sister has good eyesight. This is indeed Mount Fongsuan." "Impossible." Qin Yi looked at Lu Yi, as if she wanted to see if he was joking. "How? could the famous Mount Fongsuan be here? Moreover, he allowed her to come and go as she pleased, but she didn't see any hint of a joke on Lu Ye's face. Then, she turned her head to look in a certain direction. That direction was where the immortal spirit peak was located. Her expression was solemn, because at this moment, she could feel Rizhao's aura from that direction. Not one, not two, not three. Instead, there were many, many of them. Lu Yi, there's a guest. A gentle voice suddenly sounded. Since it's a guest, why don't you invite her over? Lu Yi nodded and called out to Qin Yi, senior sister Qin, follow me. Qin Yi followed Lu Ye's figure in a daze, flying towards the immortal spirit peak. She suspected that she had sensed wrongly, because even if this was really Mount Fongsuan, there couldn't be so many Rizhao gathered here. She had heard rumors about the little human tribe, and knew that Mount Fongsuan had long been divided. Every part of Mount Fongsuan only had a few Rizhao. Along the way, she also saw a large number of cultivators gathered together in groups. Most importantly, those cultivators all had different backgrounds. Most of them were humans, but she also saw the gorgeously dressed flower tribe, the tall with spirit tribe, and a strange tribe with colorful mushrooms on their heads. If she wasn't wrong, they should be the spore tribe. There were also some strange tribes with human bodies and fishtails. The women were beautiful, but the men were ugly and ferocious. Could this be the legendary extinct mermaid tribe? Along the way, Qin Yi only felt that she had entered an extraordinary place. Everything she saw and heard brought a huge impact to her. Finally, she arrived at the peak of the immortal spirit peak. The moment she stepped into the main hall, Qin Yi's hair stood on end. This was because there were more than 20 gazes gathered on both sides, and each gaze seemed to be solid. In front of her, a dignified and plump woman welcomed her, smiling at her. When she met her gaze and felt her aura, Qin Yi immediately made a judgment in her heart. This woman was stronger than her, much stronger. Not only her, but more than half of the 20 people in the main hall had cultivations higher than her. Only a few of them were weaker than her, and the rest were at least on par with her. Where did so many Rizhao come from? Qin Yi couldn't understand. Lu Yi, this is... Su Yuqing said softly. Lu Yi hurriedly introduced. This is senior sister Qin Yi from Beixian. This time, she came specially to deliver a message. He then introduced Su Yuqing to Qin Yi. Su Yuqing from the dwarf tribe, junior brother's Dao partner. Senior sister Qin, you don't have to be so formal. Dao partner, dwarf tribe. Qin Yi's mind was in a mess. This woman, whose cultivation far surpassed hers, was actually Lu Ye's Dao partner, and she was from the dwarf tribe? Was this really Fongsu Mountain? Suppressing her thoughts, Qin Yi hurriedly greeted Su Yuqing. After a moment, Qin Yi sat down. She still felt that this was unreal, but looking at such a powerful lineup in front of her, the worries and urgency of the past few days were finally swept away. She could see that Lu Yi had already prepared for Zixian's attack. Otherwise, why would there be so many Rizhao gathered here? Facing such a lineup, Zixian, who was completely unaware, rushed in. That scene was pitiful just thinking about it. End of chapter. Chapter 2021. In the main hall, Lu Ye's voice continued to ring out. Everyone was listening attentively. Now that he knew the specific information about Zixian and the time they were about to arrive, he naturally needed to make some detailed arrangements. The most important thing in this battle was not Zixian's monster cultivators, but the 10 rickshaws. As long as these monster venerables were taken care of, the rest could be won. Qin Yi sat there dizzily, as if she was in a dream. She had a rough idea of what kind of background Jade Snail Galaxy had, so she couldn't figure out how Lu Yi had found so many helpers, and they were all from different races. What surprised her even more was that there were many rickshaws in the main hall, and they seemed to follow Lu Ye's lead. She had also heard from the Four Directions galaxy cultivators who had returned from the Wansheng Sea that Lu Yi had developed very well there, but she had never expected that the star constellation back then had reached such a level. This was undoubtedly a height that she needed to look up to. After a short while, all the arrangements were in place. Qin Yi slowly came back to her senses. "Junior brother Lu, is there anything I can do? If there is, just let me know." Originally, she came here to find Lu Ye's relatives and friends and take them away to take refuge, but the current situation didn't require her to do so. However, since she was already here, she couldn't just watch. She could at least contribute. Lu Yi looked at her. "Senior sister Qin, it's enough that you came. The Four Directions Galaxy has paid a great price to delay Zixian's army. I, Jade Snail, will remember this kindness. This battle is between our galaxy and Zixian, so the Four Directions Galaxy shouldn't interfere. After this battle, Jade Snail Galaxy would definitely become famous in the starry sky, and they would definitely hold a grudge against Zixian. Jade Snail now had enough power to protect itself, but it didn't mean that the Four Directions Galaxy had the same. When the time came, Zixian wouldn't dare to do anything to Jade Snail, but dealing with the Four Directions Galaxy wouldn't be a problem. Therefore, it was better for Qin Yi not to participate in this battle, lest she invite trouble. Qin Yi sighed. "I'm ashamed." The Four Directions Galaxy was afraid of Zixian's power. All they could do was delay them for a while and let Qin Yi come over. They didn't dare to fall out with Zixian. If they had known that the Jade Conch had such a deep foundation, the Four Cardinal Star System would have had a better choice. For example, they could have sent a group of cultivators to pretend to join Zixian's army. When the battle started, they would definitely have been able to catch Zixian off guard. But in this world, there was no such thing as early knowledge. Sunshine of the Four Directions Galaxy also had to be responsible for the cultivators in his galaxy. No matter how great Lu Ye's kindness was back then, they did not dare to offend Zixian before they had absolute confidence. To be able to think of ways to delay Zixian's army and allow Qin Yi to arrive in advance, they had also taken a considerable risk. Seeing her expression, Lu Yi could vaguely guess what she was thinking. She smiled and said, "Senior Apprentice Sister Qin, you don't have to worry about it. If Senior Apprentice Sister really can't stay idle, then please take charge of Mount Fangsuan. At that time, there will be many medical cultivators guarding this place. The cultivators who were injured during the war will also return to recuperate. Senior Apprentice Sister, please help look after them. As long as the protective barrier of Fangsuan Mountain was not broken, no one would know that Qin Yi was inside." Qin Yi obviously knew the purpose of Lu Ye's arrangement and immediately nodded. "Junior brother Lu, don't worry, I will take good care of them." Lu Yi nodded and said no more. From his point of view, the Four Directions Galaxy's response this time was understandable. Back then, the Four Directions Galaxy was indebted to him. Therefore, this time when Jade Conch was in trouble, the Four Directions Galaxy sent Qin Yi over to bring Lu Ye's relatives and friends to escape in advance if it was within their capabilities. More than that, the Four Directions Galaxy could not do. Naturally, there would be no misunderstanding because of this. In fact, he was quite grateful because Qin Yi had taken a risk by coming over like this. After the meeting, everyone dispersed. In the remaining time, they made all kinds of preparations for the great battle. And with the accurate information brought by Qin Yi, Lu Yi naturally did not need to explore the chaotic explosion area anymore. Time passed day by day. On this day, several colossal figures suddenly appeared at the exit of the chaotic explosion zone. They were actually huge battleships. There were a total of 5 warships. 4 of them were similar to the central warships that Lu Yi had brought back from the Wansheng Sea, but they were larger and more ferocious. Anyone who saw them could tell that they were sharp weapons for attacking cities. The last warship was particularly huge. It was a true Sunshine-level warship. Whether it was the attack or defense, It could easily be compared to a sunshine-level worship, especially its defense, because it was supported by a powerful formation. It was not comparable to an ordinary sunshine-level worship. Compared to this worship, the other 4 worships, which were originally not small, were not big. 1 big worship and 4 small worships, 5 worships, passed through the chaotic explosion area and really arrived at Jade Conch Galaxy. We're finally here. In the central control hall of the largest battleship in the middle, 2 figures stood side by side. One of them had a wild beard and a dignified expression, while the other had a solemn aura and a pair of pitch-black eyes, like the darkest night. There were many demon venerables on the purple jade demon star, but there were only 5 who could be called great demon venerables. He Yun was one of them, and there were 4 others. These 2 were 2 of the remaining 4 great demon venerables. The one with the wild beard was Demon Venerable Baichen. He had been famous for tens of thousands of years, and could be ranked among the top experts in the entire starry sky. The one with the dark eyes was Demon Venerable Mo Xian. Although he had only been a great demon venerable for 1,000 years, his foundation was extremely deep and could not be underestimated. Especially because of his bloodline, he also cultivated an extremely powerful eye technique, which was mysterious and difficult to guard against. This time, the 2 of them were the leaders of the expedition to the 9 states, and the other 8 little demon venerables assisted them. Even the little demon venerables were sunshine, but their cultivation had not reached the peak of the sunshine level. 10 demon venerables, tens of thousands of demon cultivators. Zixian had only used such a lineup twice in 1,000 years, and each time it was against extremely powerful forces. Under normal circumstances, a Jade Conch Galaxy was not worthy of Zixian's attention, but things were different when it involved the 9 states. 10,000 years ago, the 9 states was the most famous domain in the entire starry sky. It was so powerful that other top-level domains could not compare to it. It could be said that the glory of the 9 states covered the entire starry sky. However, since the Great War 10,000 years ago, the 9 states had disappeared, and no one knew where it was. Until this time, when He Yun had definite information, Zixian immediately sent out a large number of troops. The main reason she brought so many demon cultivators over was to make it easier to rule the 9 states. After all, the 9 states had a huge opportunity, and many people had been looking for it in the past, but unfortunately they had found nothing. Therefore, it was impossible to find it with fewer people. At this moment, under the activation of the power of the array beside the 2 great demon venerables, pieces of mirror-like objects presented images of their surroundings from different angles in front of them. According to the route given by He Yin, this should be the Jade Conch Galaxy, Mo Xian said. The 9 states is not far from here. His doppelganger was lost in the 9 states last time. Bai Chun nodded slightly and said in a low voice, He Yun's doppelganger was refined for 3,000 years, and his cultivation was at the middle stage of the sunshine realm. According to him, he suddenly lost contact with his original body. He doesn't know what happened exactly, but the 9 states seems to be pretty good to be able to take care of a middle stage sunshine realm cultivator so easily. Mo Xian smiled. After all, this is the 9 states. Even after 10,000 years, there are always unexpected places. The 2 demon venerables chatted casually, but neither of them took the 9 states seriously. Even if the 9 states had a sunshine realm cultivator, how could the 9 states resist them when they attacked with absolute strength? Is there any news from He Yin? Bai Chen asked. Mo Xian said, Not at the moment, but He Yun said that he would go to the 10,000 Elephant Sea to take care of the 3-world island. There are many cultivators from the 9 states in that spiritual island. We will take care of it first, and then he will join us later. If there are no accidents, he should be on his way, but we don't know when he will arrive. Should we wait for him? No need. Bai Chen shook his head. Let's continue forward and find the 9 states. Mo Xian understood. Just as he was about to order the fleet to continue forward, his gaze suddenly turned, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Ah!" Bai Chen also looked in that direction. The two demon venerables' gazes met, and the nearby starry sky was reflected in a mirror. At this moment, a ball of blood-red light suddenly appeared in that position, and it was rushing towards the fleet at a fast speed. Blood escape technique? Emo Xian raised his eyebrows, looking surprised. It was strange for a cultivator to use the blood escape technique in such a place. Moreover, he didn't see anyone chasing after the cultivator, so Emo Xian didn't know what the cultivator was running away from. What was even more surprising was that the one who used the blood escape technique was actually Sunshine. "He's coming for us." Bai Chen narrowed his eyes. "Interesting." Emo Xian smiled. Zixian's fleet had just arrived at the Jade Snail Galaxy, and Sunshine was already rushing towards them with the blood escape technique. What was he trying to do? Normally, once a secret technique like the blood escape technique was used, it would consume a lot of energy and burden the cultivator. If it was used for too long, there would even be side effects. Therefore, it was usually used to escape or chase after enemies. While they were talking, a demon venerable from the other warship had already appeared to intercept the cultivator. The cultivator who used the blood escape technique didn't have a high cultivation level. It seemed like he had just broken through not long ago. Therefore, the demon venerable who appeared was at the middle stage of the Sunshine Realm. He was one of the 8 lesser demon venerables. He had 2 antlers on his head, and he was a deer demon. He was burly and muscular. He jumped out of the warship and rushed towards the blood-red light, shouting, "Who are you?" He didn't get any response, and the blood-red light rushed towards him even faster. "You're courting death." The deer demon venerable was furious. Demon Qi surged around his body, and the shadow of a giant deer flickered behind him. Then his body expanded. He was confident that his cultivation level was higher, so he rushed towards the blood-red light without fear. In that instant, the demon Qi shook and the space exploded. The blood-red light collapsed, revealing the figure behind it. End of chapter. Chapter 2022. At this moment, countless eyes looked over. After the bloody light dissipated, they could vaguely see that it was the face of a young man, but it seemed that he had been provoked by something. His expression was extremely ferocious and terrifying, and without the cover of the bloody light, this young man's body was filled with a layer of black aura, twisting and dancing on his body like a living thing. Even looking at it from afar, the black aura gave off an extremely ominous feeling, as if the blackness was the condensation of the world's filth. It would have been fine if that was all, but the key was the current state of the venerable deer monster. His cultivation was undoubtedly higher than the young man in the blood-red light, but in the collision just now he didn't gain any advantage at all. Instead, he seemed to be at a disadvantage. His strong body tumbled in the starry sky, and it took him several breaths to stabilize himself. His face was full of surprise, obviously not expecting that he would be sent flying by an opponent whose cultivation was lower than his. It should be known that he did not hold back in the collision just now. The other monster venerables were watching from inside the warship and could not feel it clearly, but when he collided head-on with the enemy, he immediately felt that something was wrong. The other party's state was abnormal. He seemed to have lost his mind, but also did not seem to have. The venerable deer monster had cultivated for so many years, but he had never encountered such a strange thing. Crazy and calm, this extremely contradictory state was undoubtedly the most appropriate to describe the other party. At this moment, there was no time for him to think too much, because after that collision, the young man who looked a little abnormal was once again shrouded in the bloody light and rushed straight toward the largest warship in the Purple Jade residence, looking aggressive. No one knew what he was going to do, but the venerable deer monster could not ignore it and immediately moved to intercept him. But this moment of delay had pulled the distance between them by a large margin, and there was no way to intercept him. Fortunately, the warship was not a sitting duck. Seeing the enemy coming, A ray of light immediately erupted from the warship, and the fierceness was comparable to that of Rizhao himself. The bloody light had no choice but to retreat, but was repeatedly blocked by the power of the warship. Seeing that the venerable deer monster was approaching, the bloody light suddenly changed direction and swept toward a warship on the left. Obviously, he had no choice but to change his target. The warship that was targeted immediately counterattacked, but after all, this warship was not as powerful as the largest one, and its attack was not enough to stop the bloody light. In a moment, the bloody light was attached to the surface of the warship. At the same time, the defensive array of the warship was pushed to the limit. The light was so bright that the entire warship seemed to be covered by a bright light curtain. No one knew what the bloody light was trying to do, but being so close to Hikari was undoubtedly the best and most correct way to deal with it. Venerable deer monster roared angrily, wanting to chase the bloody light away. As his magic power fluctuated, a spirit pattern appeared beneath Shui Guang's feet. In the largest battleship, the two demon masters had been paying attention to the movement of the bloody light. When they saw the spiritual inscriptions, both Bai Chen and Amo Xian were stunned. Bai Chen's expression changed. Void spiritual runes. After living for so many years, he also dabbled in the Tao of spiritual tattoos. Although he had no talent in this area, his long life could make up for many shortcomings. Therefore, he could tell at a glance that this was an extremely complicated void spiritual tattoo. Not good. Amo Xian also exclaimed in a low voice. He hurriedly transmitted his voice to venerable deer monster, who was rapidly approaching the bloody light. Retreat quickly! Although he did not know why Hikari suddenly constructed such a void spiritual tattoo. Void spiritual tattoo was generally related to transmission and shifting. Almost at the same time as his voice fell, the spiritual inscriptions trembled slightly. The next moment, figures suddenly appeared beside Shui Guang. Every figure was almost the same as Shui Guang. They were shrouded in blood, and their faces could not be seen clearly. However, they gave off an extremely manic feeling. There were a total of 8 bloody lights transmitted through the void spiritual tattoo. Including the first one, there were 9 of them. These 9 bloody lights were all filled with Hikari's aura and seemed to come from the same source. As soon as they appeared, they hurriedly scattered in all directions. At the same time, on a distant meteorite, Lu Yi stood quietly in place. He restrained his aura and looked in the direction of the Zixian fleet. The 9 bloody shadows were none other than his 9 treasured blood doppelgangers. However, these 9 treasured blood doppelgangers were not the same as ordinary treasured blood doppelgangers, because each of them carried a part of the black fruit of the talent tree. Previously, in the 10,000 Elephant Sea, Lu Yi had been trying to remove the black fruit of the talent tree. After some experiments, the talent tree doppelgangers could take away half of the black fruit. However, the talent tree doppelgangers could not give up, so this method was meaningless. Then he thought of the treasured blood doppelgangers. Since the talent tree doppelgangers could divide the black fruit, there was no reason why the treasured blood doppelgangers could not. The initial attempt was not satisfactory, but with Lu Ye's efforts and persistence, he finally had results. The treasured blood in his body could absorb a part of the essence of the black fruit and carry it in it. In this way, as long as he gave up the treasured blood doppelgangers, he could remove the black fruit bit by bit. Before returning to the 9 regions, he had prepared 9 drops of treasured blood, all of which carried a part of the essence of the black fruit. At that time, he did not give up the 9 drops of treasured blood because, after giving them up, he would have to condense them again, which would take time and energy. He had been preparing to make use of them at this time. After all, there were 9 treasured blood doppelgangers, which could play a big role in the right place. For example, at this moment, his initial goal was the largest battleship. This thing was too powerful, so of course he had to get rid of it first. If he had enough time, it would not be a problem for the treasured blood doppelgangers to get close to the largest battleship. but there was a little problem with his plan. Lu Yi did not expect that after absorbing a part of the essence of the black fruit, his treasured blood doppelgangers would have some subtle changes. After these doppelgangers were condensed, they seemed to have their own thoughts and ideas. This was incredible. The treasured blood doppelgangers were condensed from his treasured blood, so they were a part of him. Logically speaking, he could easily control them, just like moving his 10 fingers. But now the situation was that his fingers had their own thoughts, and this situation was becoming more and more obvious as time went by. Lu Yi only thought for a moment, and then he knew what was going on. The black fruit was the condensation of the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the cultivators he had devoured. When the treasured blood doppelgangers absorbed these things, it was equivalent to the thoughts of those dead cultivators being revived in his treasured blood doppelgangers. Lu Yi did not know if there would be a day when the dead Yuan Du, Gushi, Qin Xuanba, and the others would be revived with the help of his treasured blood doppelgangers. Probably not. After all, the dead could not be revived. Even if the treasured blood doppelgangers were revived, there was a high probability that they would only become a strange existence that only knew how to kill and destroy. The problem now was that, under the influence of the essence of the black fruit, Lu Ye's control of the treasured blood doppelgangers would weaken over time. He did not expect such a thing to happen. After all, this was the first time he had condensed a treasured blood doppelgangers that had absorbed the essence of the black fruit. There was a little deviation in the plan, but it was not a big deal. Lu Yi stared ahead and said softly, "Explode!" The moment his words fell, the 9 scattered treasured blood doppelgangers emitted extremely terrifying energy, fluctuations one after another. The bloody light suddenly shone brightly and quickly spread out in all directions, enveloping a large area of the starry sky. Lu Yi looked at it from afar and sighed. The 9 treasured blood doppelgangers were somewhat resistant to his orders, so they did not explode together. The damage caused was obviously reduced. If the 9 treasured blood doppelgangers could explode at the same time, the damage caused would be several times stronger. The bloody light filled the air and did not dissipate for a long time. Several figures rushed out in a sorry state, including monster venerable deer. In addition to him, there were 2 other monster venerables. All of them were covered in dust and were obviously injured. The bloody light gradually dissipated, revealing the scene of that space. Of the 5 purple jade battleships, only 4 were left. The smaller one had been turned into countless fragments. It was the one that the treasured blood doppelgangers had attached themselves to. Of the purple jade beast cultivators in the battleship, except for the 2 monster venerables who managed to escape with their lives, the others, including Yu Yao and Xingxiu, were all dead. The self-destruction of 9 sunshine doppelgangers. Even if the power was greatly reduced due to some accidents, it was still not something that ordinary cultivators could withstand. Even if the battleship pushed its defensive power to the limit, it was still easily torn apart. When the 3 monster venerables appeared, they hurriedly approached the largest battleship on their side, panicking as if they had seen a ghost. Although the other 3 smaller battleships were not destroyed, they were more or less affected and were damaged. In the central control hall of the largest battleship, Bai Chen and Mo Xian's eyelids twitched. They had just witnessed a shocking scene with their own eyes. Even though they had lived for countless years, they still could not believe their eyes. Blood explosion technique. Bai Chen said in a deep voice. He recognized that it was the Blood Clan's blood explosion technique. It was a secret technique used by the Blood Clan to perish together with the enemy. "What's going on?" Mo Xian exclaimed. They had just arrived at the Jade Conch Galaxy. It was one thing for 9 sunshine doppelgangers to appear out of nowhere. But why did they use the blood explosion technique without saying a word? What was going on? That was sunshine, and there were 9 of them in one go. Isn't this the Jade Conch Galaxy? Isn't this the Blood Clan's headquarters? Mo Xian had a belly full of questions that he could not get an answer to. Taking a step back, Even if this was really the main camp of the blood breeds, there was no other blood breeds who had the courage to make the 9 Rakashi self-destruct to intercept Zixian's fleet. What kind of enmity did they have? Why did they have to make such a big move? Sunshine doppelgangers were a mainstay wherever he went. Who would have such a strong foundation to send 9 Sunshine doppelgangers to intercept Zixian's fleet? It could be said that the 9 Sunshine doppelgangers' self-destruction had stunned Zixian's fleet. Not only Zixian, but even Sunshine doppelganger, who was observing the scene from inside the Heart Mountain, was stunned. Lu Yi had said that he would take the lead, and no one had any objections. After all, this was Jade Conch Galaxy's matter. It was natural for Lu Yi to take the lead. But how did he take the lead? It was 9 Sunshine doppelgangers, and they were all gone after setting off such a huge blood-colored firework. This was the first time in history. End of chapter. Chapter 2023. Inside Mount Minuscule, the Rizhao cultivators were both shocked and bewildered. They were shocked by Lu Ye's generosity, but they were also bewildered by what kind of technique was this, and what were the 9 Rizhao cultivators doing. Before this, Lu Yi had never mentioned this to them. "It's our turn." Chun Xuanhai's voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. According to the plan, after Lu Yi took the lead, it would be their turn. Therefore, even though the scene just now was shocking, it didn't give them much time to think. "Are you ready?" Chun Xianhai turned to look at the Rizhao cultivators beside him. Su Yuan smiled and pounced toward him, instantly fusing into his body and disappearing. Without a doubt, he had used the Soul Race's unique soul possession technique. The other Soul Race cultivators pounced on their chosen targets, one after another. The Miniature Race had sent out 11 Rizhao cultivators, and the Soul Race had sent out 11 as well. They had already discussed and decided on who to join forces with. 22 Rizhao cultivators were reduced to 11 in an instant. However, no matter who they were, their auras skyrocketed at this moment. Each of them focused their senses and sensed for a moment before revealing an excited expression. The Miniature Race had heard of the Soul Race's mysteries, but this was the first time they had personally experienced the great improvement brought about by the Soul Race's soul possession technique. In an instant, their auras were like dragons, and their killing intent was dense. "Let's go!" Chun Xianhai shouted and took the lead to fly into the sky. The others followed, closely behind. At the same time, where the allied forces were gathered, many Soul Race cultivators of the Lunar Jade level also used soul possession techniques and pounced on their chosen targets. In the blink of an eye, not a single Soul Race cultivator could be seen on Mount Minuscule. The allied forces' numbers were also reduced by half. Although their numbers were reduced, their overall strength had increased. Outside Mount Minuscule, the dazzling bloody light had already receded. The attacking purple jade beast cultivators all had lingering fears, especially Venerable Stag and the other 2 who had just escaped. They could sense that the 9 Blood Race cultivators' blood explosion technique wasn't coordinated enough. Otherwise, the 3 of them might not have survived. Now that they had luckily escaped with their lives, they were all still fearful. "Demon Lord, there is a large amount of sunshine aura emerging." Suddenly, a voice sounded urgently. Apparently, the detection array of the warship had detected the changes in the outside world. Demon Venerable by Chun, who was still immersed in the incident just now, hurriedly turned his head to look in a certain direction. In that direction, in the reflection of a mirror, more than 10 figures suddenly appeared and charged straight towards them. Even in the warship, he could clearly sense the powerful aura of these people, especially the leader, who even gave him, a great demon Venerable, a sense of threat. His aura was panicked, and his aura was majestic. Where did all this sunlight come from? Venerable Deer, who had just escaped here, was dumbfounded. He didn't even have time to catch his breath. One had to know that He Yun had provided them with information that the Jade Conch Galaxy did not have a single sunshine. Of course, Hei Yun's clone had been lost here, so this information was definitely wrong. That was why they had sent 10 demon venerables here. They thought that even if there was a hidden force in the Jade Snail Galaxy, they could easily deal with it. However, as soon as they arrived, they were attacked by 9 Sunshine of the Blood Clan. Then, more than 10 Sunshine of the Blood Clan appeared out of nowhere and attacked them aggressively. This was definitely not the Jade Conch Galaxy. They must have accidentally broken into some big galaxy. There was no time to think. Seeing that the group of Sunshine was getting closer and closer, Bai Chen immediately made a decision. Meet the enemy. They couldn't let the enemy get close to their worship. The aftermath of the battle between the Sunshine was too fierce. If the enemy really got close and started fighting, their demon cultivators would definitely suffer heavy losses. Therefore, they had to stop the enemy outside. At his command, he took the lead and rushed out. The other demon venerables followed closely behind. On the other 3 warships, demon venerables appeared and quickly gathered. The 10 demon venerables gathered together, their demon chi surging. From afar, it seemed like there was a huge cloud in the starry sky. Fellow cultivators, we are from the Zishuan Demon Star. I am Bai Chen, and I happen to pass by here. Is there a misunderstanding? In Bai Chen's mind, this must be a big galaxy that they didn't know about. Moreover, the enemy's lineup was so solid that he didn't want to start a fight with them. It would be best if he could clear up the misunderstanding. As he spoke, he even mentioned the Zishuan Demon Star and his name. He thought that it would be more or less effective. The Zishuan Demon Star was an existence that couldn't be trifled with. Unexpectedly, the Sunshine of the opposite side turned a deaf ear to his words. Instead, their fighting spirit was even higher. Bai Chen couldn't help but be annoyed. But things had already come to this point, and there was no way to ease the situation, especially when the enemy had already lost 9 Sunshine. After a few breaths, the Sunshine of the enemy and his side collided. In an instant, surging magic power surged in all directions, and pure soul power bombarded the 4 poles. The vast expanse of the starry sky suddenly distorted at this moment. Impossible! Bai Chen's eyes narrowed. The magic power that protected him showed signs of collapsing at this moment. He was a great demon venerable who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Even if there were people in the entire starry sky who were stronger than him, there was a limit to their strength. Moreover, the number of such strong people couldn't be more than 5. This was also the reason why he dared to lead the demon venerables to fight the enemy. It was because he had enough confidence in his own strength. But in that moment of contact, this confidence that he had maintained for tens of thousands of years was almost shattered. His opponent was a middle-aged man who held an illusory sword in his hand. In that instant of contact, he actually had a long-lost feeling that he was no match for his opponent. His opponent's magic power was more than a level higher than his own. He was already at the peak of the Sunshine Realm, and his magic power had been cultivated to the peak of the starry sky. How could there be someone stronger than him? But this kind of inconceivable thing happened so strangely. Not only him, but the other demon venerables also encountered the same thing. As a result, the 2 Rahoka groups that were originally colliding fiercely with each other were immediately divided into 2 groups the moment they collided. After a short stalemate, all the demon venerables retreated in a panic. It could be said that they retreated as fast as they could. Bai Chen's heart was in turmoil. There were the purple jade demon venerables, and each of them was powerful. In the process of growth, they could fight against people who were above their level. When facing cultivators who were not from the top realms and were of the same level of cultivation, they were the ones who could suppress others. They had never experienced such a ridiculous encounter. For the first time in their lives, they were suppressed by an enemy of the same level of cultivation. Moreover, these enemies' fighting style was extremely unique. Talismans were thrown out one after another as if they were worthless. Each talisman was extremely powerful. They could be turned into spells, strengthen themselves, or weaken the enemy. They were endless. Bai Chen was shocked. He finally knew where these Sunshine Realm cultivators came from. You are from the hominid clan. In this world, only the hominid clan cultivators fought with talismans because talismans were the foundation of their cultivation. But how could they be from the hominid clan? Purple Jade had never had any enmity with the hominid clan, so he could not understand why these Sunshine Realm cultivators from the hominid clan would intercept the Purple Jade army in this place. We can't retreat. Mo Xian's voice suddenly came into his ears. Bai Chen was shocked and suddenly reacted. They left the fleet to face the enemy. Their main purpose was to prevent the aftermath of the battle between Rizhao and the other Yao cultivators. If they continued to retreat, there would be no point in taking the initiative to face the enemy because they would soon retreat to the area where the 4 battleships were. They could not retreat, but the enemy was too strong. They could not suppress them, so they could only lead them. Bai Chen's divine thoughts moved, and the demon venerables immediately understood and cooperated. In the next moment, the 2 sides glided in an arc and swept obliquely upward, avoiding the Purple Jade warships behind them. Bai Chen frowned because he found that the Sunshine Realm cultivators of the hominid clan did not seem to reject their lead. Instead, they seemed to be going with the flow. Why was that? Soon he knew the reason. It was because in the direction where the Sunshine Realm cultivators of the hominid clan appeared, there was an army of cultivators. At first glance, there were about 6,000 or 7,000 of them. A group of tiger shark warships cleared the way, and behind the tiger shark warships, many cultivators gathered in groups and moved forward. Behind this army of cultivators, there was a central warship across the starry sky. On the deck, many figures were busy, but no one knew what they were doing. So that was it. Bai Chen immediately understood. No matter why the hominid clan wanted to make things difficult for them, just by looking at the situation in front of him, he knew that the enemy came prepared. This was a battle of soldiers against soldiers and generals against generals. So the Sunshine Realm cultivators of the hominid clan did not reject their lead. In other words, it was the intention of both sides to divide the battlefield in the Sunshine Realm. The enemy had 6,000 or 7,000 hominid clan cultivators, and under the premise of losing a warship, they had at least 8,000 hominid clan cultivators. In terms of numbers, they had a slight advantage, and they still had 4 warships at their disposal. Bai Chen withdrew his gaze and no longer paid attention to them, because in his opinion it was impossible for Purple Jade to lose the battle under the Sunshine Realm. Now they had to face the problem of how to deal with the Sunshine Realm cultivators of the hominid clan. The initial chaos had passed, and now the Sunshine Realm cultivators of both sides were fighting in pairs. Although the hominid clan had 1 more Sunshine Realm cultivator and had the advantage in every battle, it would still take some time to turn this advantage into a victory. On a distant meteorite, Lu Yi stood up and smiled slightly. "It's our turn!" The trend of the battle developed as expected. At present, soldiers were fighting soldiers and generals were fighting generals, but Purple Jade had 4 warships to rely on, which was undoubtedly unfair to the Jade Conch Coalition army. His task was very simple, which was to erase this unfairness and let his coalition army have a fair fight with the Purple Jade demonic clan cultivators. End of chapter.